Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Overwatch Nationals Finals. My name is Jeff. I am here with Chef Billy, and we are here to crown a champion for the 2022-23 season.
Oh, it's been such a good year. It's been such a good year. And yes,
Yes,
we're happy to
it has.
cast you all as well. The teams are very excited that we are here with them, and we are excited to be with you out there, finally getting a chance to crown a champion here. And we'll take a look at what we got going on tonight. We're going to start here in the Champions Division with MSOE Red versus Purdue Gold. And then we'll see Fisher University with Northwood in the Legends Division around 10 o'clock here or there. We'll see how long we actually take to get there. But I mean, up first, we got MSOE Red. We'll take a look at their roster. We're going to start out with Pasa, Shattered Axe, Corgi, and Aiden Hollican Rattler, respectively. Lots of computer science majors here, Jeff, and a mechanical engineer as well.
Yeah, this MSOE roster has been pretty strong all year long. Will be Rattler at the helm. Will be your tank today, the freshman, the mechanical engineering freshman. Joe leading the charge here for this Raiders team. See if they can take this championship. They've had a heck of a road to get here, and they're going to have a heck of an opponent going up against Purdue Gold on the other side.
Yep, Purdue Gold having a pretty good season of their own. I mean, getting to the grand finals. Obviously, the championship match is where we want to go. Let's see. PASA has changed their name to Endorsey, by the way, for MSOE Raiders. So just to make that aware for everybody when we get into the game, PASA is Endorsey. But Serpodic, Clem, J-Chen, Philly Cheese, and Sub 1 will be your Purdue Gold Boilermakers lineup here in the Champions Division. And, well, accounting, you got to know how to spend that money. Once you start winning it, and, well, they're hoping to win themselves a championship tonight. And, you know, maybe not some money on the line, but definitely lots of pride and team spirit as well.
Yeah, this Purdue roster's had an interesting year for sure. They started off in the Legends division, went 2-7 in Legends, and came out, in the 5th to 8th place out of the fall season. Went back into Champions, and in spring went 9-0. They've been flawless here through the Champions division. So they came in kind of low seeding as far as Nationals is concerned, because for Nationals, it took both of those performances into account. But Purdue coming in, well, they are still undefeated here at Champions, and despite being 9th seed for Nationals, I think still need to be considered your favorites here in this finals matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, steel sharpens steel. And, we'll take a look at how we got here. And the big shocker, the fact that, the 9th seed takes down Ottawa Braves. I mean, I've cast them in quite a few different compositions or competitions this year, myself being so close to Kansas, them competing in the KCAC. I mean, they have been just completely dominant this year. The fact that they get taken out 3-0 by Purdue Gold, yeah, they absolutely should be your favorites coming in here. But, on the other side, the 3 seed, MSOE Red, I mean, they take down the 5th seed. They take down the 3rd seed, they take down the 10th seed as well. So, I mean, they're just having a fun time of it. They're winning, and they're just going to continue on their press forward. So, I think between the two teams, I think we're in for a long night. If Purdue Gold shows what they did in their semifinal up against Ottawa Braves, though, it could go a lot faster than people might expect.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think Purdue has to be the favorites here. Don't let that 9th seed fool you. MSOE Red were fortunate enough to not have to face Ottawa, who's the only team that was above them through the spring season. I mean, the Raiders had a wonderful spring season. Warriors 2nd seed coming in after that. So they managed to get into the finals, and Purdue were the ones that had to face that tough Brave squad. But we'll see if the MSOE Raiders can make the best of it here, as now they have to face this undefeated Purdue squad instead of Ottawa. I mean, either way, MSOE have a tall task ahead of them.
They really do. They really, really do. And the fact that the 2 seed didn't even make it out of the round robin stage and to get into the quarterfinals is also telling of how well the lower seeds actually performed here in our tournament. The 8th and the 2nd seed not making it through. So I mean, lots of parity here in the Champions Division. But let's take a look at how we're going to go through today. We've got a best of 7 series here, and we're going to start out with Control. And the first map out the gate is going to be Legion Garden, Purdue Gold, having banned Oasis out of the map pool. So we see MSOE Raiders pick up Legion. We'll go to Hybrid, Escort, and Push. And then if we go beyond that, well, we've got Control, Escort, and Hybrid as our ending stage.
And this will be a first to 4, so we're at least going to get to push. There's lots of Overwatch here to play, lots of time for your teams to make adjustments and figure things out. And adjustments might be required because we'd be remiss if we didn't mention a major change in our patch, which means our heroes that went through, what, 3 days ago? I mean, there was no time at all. So I'm really curious how our teams are going to come out of the gate. Are we going to see the Mei and the cast that got these huge updates and pretty big overhauls to their kits, or are teams going to stick with the compositions that got them to this point in the first place?
I mean, I just did the Creator Cup with Timeless, right? And I got to see the Cassidy up close and personal. Mei is disgusting, by the way. I still don't like the Ice Demon, but the Cassidy change, there's actually a movement penalty. If you land the grenade within 1 to 1.5 meters, you cannot use wall climb. You can't translocate. You can't do anything for, I believe it is 1 second or 2 seconds. So there's a chance to burst down if you do use the Cassidy. But it looks like we're going to have at least a Symmetra getting us out of the gate here on Gardens.
Yeah, the Symmetra pretty common here. We're going to get the window teleported for both sides. Both teams are going to stick with the sim, move on to the point. First control is going to be extremely important here in this matchup. J-Chin already low, forcing some cooldowns. Both of them, as a matter of fact, out of the Baptiste. But look at that. Double kill, Fire Strike, start things off for Rattler. And it's MSOE Red. Going to grab first control here to start things off in our finals.
I mean, what a brutal first engagement, Jeff. I mean, the Immortality Barriers had to come out fast. And that's why you see the value of that double kill Fire Strike coming from Rattler. So imposing their will upon their opposite, J-Chen. J-Chen's going to be looking to answer back here, but now that point control has been taken by the Raiders, it's going to be so darn hard for them to get on the point.
Rattler almost doubling the ult charge. Corgi with an early kill before Purdue even make their way onto the objective. Good counter stun puts J-Chin on their back. Now they're just trying to retreat and get out, but Dorsey's not giving you any room to work. Melted by the Symmetra beam. Goes 3 people fall under that Symmetra beam.
Dirty. Absolutely dirty, and this is why I always play Sim in my ranked games, especially when it's Legion Gardens. I mean, this is the map that Symmetra gets, I think, a little bit underplayed on. We always expect the Symmetra on Night Market, right? But she actually gets more value here because you can actually cross the gap of the koi pond.
Yeah, and you can skip the bridge a lot of times, too. Early Amplification Matrix here from Aiden Hulk. Purdue trying to circumvent it. The Shatter went down from Rattler, but they give their life in the process. J-Chin falls as well, though, as Dorsey continues to find the value in the range with the Symmetra beam. And the Blizzard, not enough here from sub 1. 60% and counting for MSOE Red.
I mean, 3 ultimates into that fight. They did put out the Amp Matrix to start the defense of the point. Now you're looking at a 4 ultimate fight for the Boilermakers, and J-Chen has to do something big with this Shatter. They need to start establishing their positioning. Otherwise, this is going to be a very quick first map.
J-Chin looking for it. Good shield management here from Rattler, expecting that Shatter to come through. J-Chin tries to pin in, and Rattler's going to fall after the counter pin. But J-Chin doesn't get a chance to use the Shatter. They fall before the Earth Shatter will land. Back and forth goes this fight. Purdue are up by 1 here, and they're able to wall off a bit of the opposition. MSOE retreat to regroup.
I mean, I think that J-Chen going down is actually a blessing in disguise, because now you have the Shatter for this fight. And I think that once you saw Rattler go down, you didn't have to use it in any instance. So this is good for them. Shattered acts super low with Sound Barrier in their pocket.
Philly Cheese with the Sound Barrier to start things off. Purdue Gold just driving back MSOE Red. Corey did invest the Molten Core, and, well, MSOE wants to push back in. They're going to use the Sound Barrier to do so. Shatter from J-Chin slowed him down momentarily, but it Shattered acts with the Sound Barrier, kept him alive, and now J-Chin surges forward. After the shields are gone, Clem and J-Chin feast on what remains.
I mean, Sound Barrier engagement, perfect there from Philly Cheese, and the speed onto the rest of the team. Once you see Rattler go down, perfect cleanup on the back of it. Now, MSOE Red, they're starting to look a little worse for wear. They do have the Photon Barrier, but sub 1 is going to have the Blizzard up before they get that back onto that. I mean, look at this. Here we go. Symphonic and company getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, this fight's already over. I mean, it was a Photon Barrier invested early, but it's the only thing there from NSOE. Purdue Gold shut it down.
I mean, that's great. It's great economy. They didn't have to use anything into it. So now you're going to have this Amp Matrix plus a J-Chen Shatter has actually lapped Rattler. After the early game dominance shown by Rattler, J-Chen has really stepped up here in the late game, and now we're closing in on last fight territory.
80% and counting. Early Matrix up, the trades come through, but with Rattler down, you gotta think that trade's gonna favor Purdue. The Shatter's not gonna find anything. MSOE are sticking around on this point. 88% on the board. You do have Shattered Axe out there who can touch and trigger the overtime. Down to 92. Praying desperately for that Reinhardt to get back. Purdue Gold aren't pursuing this. They're just happy to stand on the point for now. Then here comes Shattered Axe. They do get the touch, but they die for it. Photon barrier up for Purdue Gold. It's going to be a blizzard invested for them as well, and nobody can get onto this point. It was just too much to even get through the front door. And Purdue Gold will swing this back all the way from a 93-0 to take our opening sub-map.
The fact that Sub 1 was able to hold on to that blizzard so long because of the early picks, once they got past the 50% mark, every time that they got a priority first pick, they were just able to hold on to their economy. So you had, you just had all the tools in your back pocket to take care of it. I mean, there's that Fire Strike. They got all that work done. And I really thought that MSOE Red, the Raiders, were going to be able to clinch this map out just by one fight win. But it was such smart picks coming out from the Boilermakers. And now, as we head into our next map, it's going to be Control Center. This is going to be interesting. Do we see the Reinhardt v. Reinhardt? Do we see a Ramattra come out? Do we see Junkrat come out? Because we know the Symmetras are here to play.
Well, looks like we're going to get May Sim from Purdue. A little bit of a change from SOE. Corgi sticking with that Torbjorn, but it's in Dorsey, AK and Pasha going over to the Tracer here for Control Center. So a lot of movement ability, a lot of ability to get in the back line, perhaps pressure from a flank. You can see that's what Dorsey's doing here right now. Looping it back around, putting shots down on to Clem. Clem to about half health. Does force the Immortality Field out of Serpotic. Nice man wall. Defensively holding back. So far, no casualties really either way. Purdue Gold do feel like they're under a bit under pressure, but so is Rattler. Rattler's going to pin in. Very little health, but regroups with their healers and is able to stay on their feet. Incredible pin back to get out of the danger area, but now this is going to be the fight turn here. But you lose both Reinhardts, and Corgi's going ham. Trade output with Aiden Hulk going down. Purdue do have a bit of a sustained advantage and then close it out. Clem indeed able to find a couple of kills and have the Immortality Field to keep him standing. And it's going to be Purdue grabbing this first point. Because of such an extended fight, Jeff, I mean, you look at the ult charges. Everybody's super close, and Dorsey's already put out a pulse bomb. It caught the turret, and the Immortality Barrier came out in response to it. So, I mean, you're looking at 4 ultimates coming up for the Raiders here, but the sound barrier from Philly Cheese should keep everybody up and healthy. Oh, what a great wall. Rattler's in a lot of trouble. First of all, MSOE just need to get out clean, at least as clean as they can. Shattered Axe trying to run, but Clem's not giving you any room to breathe. I mean, Clem is just having a fun day right now. It's a nice day at the office. You've got Dorsey trying to pepper and be that annoyance factor, but not getting all the work done. They need another huge wall. Now, we'll say that's a bit of overextending from J-Chen. Supports are there, though. J-Chen, you're going to get out alive. The shield got broken, but the armor stayed intact, and Clem all the while is continuing to punish. There comes Dorsey trying to work it from the outside. See if they can pull this Purdue Gold squad off of the front door. I think that if they get over-aggressive once again, I think that you're looking for Corgi to lay down the Molten Core and deal with it from that side. Nice block of the Shatter. Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix gets one. Shatter blocked the other way. Blizzard out from someone, and everybody's just stuck in place here for Purdue Gold as they continue to find the range, find the kills. It's a sound barrier to protect a retreat as Purdue Gold head back to the point to regroup. Well, they know that they have Ant Matrix online, Jeff, so that's why they can back out so easily, and now they can set up their defensive turrets once again with Clem. Clem has been the linchpin here for them, and there they go. Once again, in Dorsey, looking for them all the while. Rattler's gone over to the Wrecking Ball, into the back, trying to devalue this Amplification Matrix from Serpotic. Serpotic's just dancing around, laying shots and heals in all directions, and Purdue Gold are looking good. Immortality Field even used, and they find the 2 opening kills in what could be the final fight of this map. 5v3 favoring Purdue Gold, and the favors continues to mount as the advantage stacks, the kills pile up. And it's Purdue Gold who will take Lijiang Tower after they run off the wrecking ball. Here comes the victory. 1-0 to Purdue to start off your finals.
I mean, we went 0-93 to start this match off, right? And then Purdue Gold is able to swing it around and win 100-93 on Gardens and 100-0 on Control Center. So Clem, I don't know how well this is going to bode for them, if they're going to stick with the Symmetra going through our map sets, but I mean, Hybrid's going to be up next, and if we're going to continue with this Rhine v Rhine battle going on, I mean, Symmetra can still get work done, can burn that shield down in a hurry. Clem might be onto something here.
I mean, Sim super strong was definitely working for him there in that map, and if they continue to find the success, I don't see any reason why they would change, although, you know, very popular on Lijiang Tower in specifically. So the Symmetra, you know, might go back into the war chest for the rest of this series, but it did look good, Billy. It looked darn good. Clem was on point. I think certainly the MVP of map 1.
Yeah, I think the support's got to have a very close second to that. There's some fights that they should not have gotten out of. Shattered Axe with the escape sound barrier to taxi everybody away. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Well, that puts Purdue up 1-0. And again, reminder, friends, that this is a first of 4. So lots of time for MSOE to figure things out and to bring this back. And after the patch, like we talked about, you know, could definitely shake things up. It was very brawl heavy there, but we really didn't see. We saw a bit of the May, but we didn't really see any of the Cassidy there in our first map. Kind of surprised me a little bit, Billy.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly here, my friend. I think that if we are looking towards, you know, beyond control, I think that you've got to have a hit scan option, just for the threat potential alone. Now, I've seen a lot of Sojourn come back as well, using the disruptor to kind of freeze people down, confirm kills inside of a bubble, especially if we see Winston show its face here. Saw that a couple times in the past couple days where they're using the disruptor to lock down a target, and it doesn't slow you anymore, but it still deals damage. And if it's a below 50 health point target, it's starting to do the work. So we'll get the MSOE pick here, and I wonder what ban Purdue is going to do here. If you're going to hybrid, where are you thinking that you want to ban out? I think that you would want to ban out, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe.
I mean, it depends on what style that they want to play.
Sure.
If you're wanting to play a more brawly style, then you're going to ban out something that has a lot of room to work. But it looks like our teams, well, at least MSOE, kind of want to play a little bit more of a long-range map. As we are headed to Blizzard World for map number 2, it was Midtown that was banned out by Purdue Gold.
Yeah, I can see that. Orisa works well there. Reinhardt works well there. Ramacha works good as well. The Sigma, it was also the other one that I was thinking about, possibly on a Midtown. So this definitely pushes them into, you can run Monkey here. You can run the Diva here, especially all points of Blizzard World. So if we're going to go into what was considered the off-tank looks coming through here, I think that Diva and Zarya very well work here. High ground control is obviously going to be at a premium, and I think that's what we're going to really be looking at from these two teams, is who can control high ground, and also the ingresses onto the point, especially point A, as we will see how they fare. I like running the Sigma here. Personally, now I'm not as high ranked as these players, so please take what I say here as with a grain of salt. But I mean, I think Sigma provides a lot of value. It provides a good amount of not only shielding, but also damage mitigation. And you don't have to recharge or reload the hyperspheres. Gravitic Flux is always a great ultimate to get people up in the air and take half their health bars away. So I mean, it's what kind of philosophy are the Raiders looking to go at here? Are they looking to go dive? We saw Endorsey go on to the Tracer and had a good time with it. I mean, didn't really get the value on the pulse bombs, but the annoyance factor was definitely there, Jeff.
Yeah, it's just that Dive has taken quite the hit. I think if any kind of composition style really took the biggest hit from this patch, it would certainly be Dive. Playing Winston into that new Cassidy grenade just feels so awful. It's so brutal. One well-timed nade and it just pulls you down. You can't escape. You can't use your jump to get out. The Winston gets absolutely melted, and then your entire your entire fight just falls apart, be it attack or defense. So I would anticipate we're probably going to see more brawl. You could bring the Sigma out. You could bring some poke out for this map. Point B, you can set up, say an Ash or some ranged DPS on the high ground and really hold up there. It's certainly an option. We'll see what our teams want to bring to the table, though, as we head into map number 2. Purdue Gold up 1-0 here in your Nationals Finals. They're going to start you off on the attack. That is chosen to start on the attack, by the way. No. Raiders come out on the defense.
I mean, Raiders defense right now. Corgi sticking with the Torbjorn. Are you anticipating a Sombra? Because Sombra, we all know, works extremely well on this map. So looking for extra sustain as well. It's kind of a dive-ish look with Endorsi and Rattler. I mean, if Endorsi can get on top of these pile drive targets, that could create a lot of momentum for this defense. But Purdue Gold looks like they're going to stick with what they ran on Lijiang Tower. And I don't, like you said, I don't see a reason why you can't run this here, especially if you can get this Mei behind and throw a wall up. Ooh, my lord.
And this is where the Symmetra is going to come in handy. Oh, Rattler tried to go for the early boops, but the speed was too good. Philly Cheese amped it out of the spawn. Purdue Gold are now in a race against the Wrecking Ball, teleporting up to Griffin, at least threatening to do so. Looks like half the team took it. All right, well, the Symmetra tried to take it. Falls back down. A little mini duel with Rattler, who's hot on the heels of this Purdue squad as they make their way up to the objective.
I mean, the big anti coming out from Shattered Axe, that was a great look there from him. Forces out an early immortality barrier.
That teleporter go up into the roof in the back. Yeah, they went all the way across to the other side. Here comes the defense trying to find anybody that they can pounce on, but they've lost their primary source of healing in Shattered Axe. It's just Zenyatta healing here for MSOE Red. Purdue Gold happy to move on to this objective. Set up some Sim turrets and see if they can solidify this point. Ooh, big pin out. That might cost them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of crazy to go there from Jason being so low and being antied on top of it. I mean, Rattler's going to go down in the heap. This should be point A being unlocked here and taken.
Yeah, Purdue Gold, we're kind of lucky that J-Chin got away with that pin out. Does eventually go down. But Dorsey falls. Corgi not going to last long with that amplification matrix up. At least forced that ultimate out of Purdue. Made him pay for that point, Billy.
You did. I mean, still 5 minutes as you're heading into point B. Now, the problem is that, well, we see now J-Chen going over to the Ramattra. So you're going to use the Symmetra to get J-Chen to the high ground and just allow this point to roll across. The Nemesis form is going to play havoc on Corgi and the support line of the Raiders.
Of course, the tempo tank, quote unquote, is an interesting hybrid of poke and brawl, relying on that cooldown to get the best of both worlds. Rattler going into the back. Nice bio nade, able to keep Rattler into the fight. Drops some mines, but doesn't look like anybody's really hit by it. There we go. Serponic gets pushed into one. Forced and by Endorsi's Pulse Bomb. Could eventually melts Rattler down, though, and Purdue Gold still have a lot of point presence here. When Endorsi dropping down low, see if they can disrupt it. Stall this cart for a little bit. Not quite sure who they're looking to go burn down.
Serponic over to their own Ana. So you're going to use the sleep here to control Rattler. Especially now that you know that mines are out, you get a little bit more staying power. And Aiden Hollick, did they use the Transcendence already? They did.
They may have had a swap. No, because they were on the Zen earlier. No, they must have used the Transcendence. I did not see it get used. Not exactly sure what prompted that. Either way, Purdue Gold now pushing down low. It's going to be a sound barrier out from them, hitting all 5, and someone just daring anybody to drop it from the high ground where they can get frozen up by this blizzard. And Dorsey working around the back carefully using this geometry is to not get caught out. Make sure to play that distance. You see the icicle land, and Dorsey down to 55 health. Drops in, throws the pulse bomb. That's going to miss the mark. Nano boost thrown in. That one went on to Dorsey as well. A couple of kills for the defense. MSOE Red would love to stabilize here. Clem's going to burn down the nano boost into Dorsey and receives a nano of their own. Chasing Aiden Hulk all the way into the back and just melts him into oblivion.
Wow, Nano Sim is cheating, and I'm here for it.
Not fair.
It's not fair. What? You put out the photon barrier? Nani?
Yeah, Rattler put mines out and just didn't die. Purdue Gold were not able to focus Rattler down in time, and the reinforcements show up. Surprisingly enough, now the Blizzard is thrown out from sub 1. That one will catch the Wrecking Ball in place, but still the heals are good. The shielding is there, and Rattler looks immortal on this point at the moment. Annihilation now invested from J-Chin with the pummeling punches, but take a quick little nap. Back on your feet, soldier. You haven't capped this point yet. J-Chin goes down. The defense continues to hold.
I mean, they got Transcendence now at their back, and they're going to be able to stabilize on the back of that. I think that you need to very quickly swap off of this Symmetra, and I think that a Somber right now from Clem. Well, we see double changes here. The Cassidy and the Tracer coming out, so now we're going definitely into a dive mirror or into a dive composition for Purdue.
And this Cassidy is definitely a new wrinkle for Rattler. Rattler's going to be very conscious about how Clem uses the Magnade, because that's going to dictate when Rattler can attack and if they're able to escape. I mean, a little bit of a dance between those two. Speaking of, J-Chain heading up to the high ground. Wanted to tango with Aiden Hulk, but Aiden Hulk just noped on out down low, and Dorsey's able to get one with the pulse. Rattler's rolling through, doesn't even come out of ball form, is just content to disrupt, doesn't want to stop and give Clem an opportunity to land that newly changed and improved nade.
Well, this is going to stop the positioning from Rattler as well. They're 20% towards their mines, and that's going to hold off this point. I mean, this has rolled back a good 10 meters from where we started. And, I mean, Clem is getting the work done with the Cassidy right now. Almost has Deadeye online.
Rattler actually got hit by that nade, but managed to get off the side. Into the back goes... well, it was J-Chin going in there, but it's Aiden Hulk with the Transcendence that just denies any kills on the back of that. Now the sound barrier has faded away. Purdue Gold still haven't found anything. Someone eventually is able to lock down one kill, but it's a 4v4 without their primary tank. Purdue Gold have to rely on this Deadeye to create some space down low, but you still have Rattler contesting this cart, and it's not going anywhere. Nice nade from Shattered Axe, keeping Rattler alive and in this fight. Same can't be said for Dorsey, as Clem is able to find the dome of the Tracer, but Rattler is just holding down court. It's just making a sandwich on this point. Clem around the outside, able to find Corgi, shattered down into the mix. Excuse me, pile drive down into the mix goes Rattler. A lot of shields and still managing to hold. They've gotten this clock down to 20 seconds. Aiden Hulk falls, Rattler goes down, and it's looking like Purdue might have finally found the answer to cap point B.
No, my lord, but I mean, they took 4 minutes off the clock there, Jeff, and that is not a small order there. So for Purdue Gold, now they're only going to have 95 seconds to traverse the inside of the Horde.
Probably ready here for J-Chin. Not really much for the defense. Shattered Axe can get this nano boost online, assuming they stay alive long enough to make it happen. J-Chin just going up to the high ground. This attack slowing down a little bit. They want to get this cart up and around this corner before they commit.
Oh, sorry, my chair just almost broke on me.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I was wondering what that noise was.
That was me almost falling out of my chair. The lock broke on it.
Oh, no.
So now we're looking at a big fight here, and I mean, Aiden Hulk, yeah, get some work done on the Tracer. That's not a fight you usually win.
Aiden hulking out against sub 1 there. That was beautiful shooting. Right into the head with that 5 orb.
You love it. I love the volleys. I love the volleys. So good. Now we've got a swap here. And Dorsey over to, yeah, I like this change going on to the Reaper.
It's going to be a Nano J-Chin who jumped past the Reaper and all the way into the back line. Finds Shattered Axe before MSOE Red can get their Nano boost out. And Dorsey down low, holding down the front. But J-Chin pops the Primal and continues to just batter through the ranks of MSOE's defense. The Angry Monkey trumps the Monk once again. And now Purdue Gold have sights on the back of the point.
Oh, there was the kill that you needed, and that fan actually landing very well. I wish I could do that when I play Cassidy, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Molten Court's going to come out and hold the point for just a few seconds.
Everywhere, J-Chin. Landing into the back. Corgi antied in trouble, and Dorsey there to save him. Nothing like a little help from some friends and take the Winston out of the fight in overtime. Philly Cheese is going to fall as well, and MSOE will stop this cart shy of its goal. 2 points on the board, a healthy amount of distance to boot, but it will not be 3. Win con set here for MSOE to get back into this map, get back into this series.
Can we talk about the Shattered Axe Ana? Can we talk about it? I mean, because first point was just a wash. And once they got their act together, once we saw the real dive look come through from them, the antis were good. But as you said, I mean, Rattler was unkillable. 1.5 meters from capturing point B. And
that was like a 3v1, too.
It was 3v1, even with they had the Annihilation going, too. He got slept. He got Blizzard. You got Annihilation on top of you, and Shattered Actions.
And I think that's one of those things where Jason didn't want to have to use the Annihilation. It was like, fine, I'll invest the Annihilation. Let's cap this point. And it still didn't work.
No, it still took another minute 15 after they popped the Annihilation. So, I mean...
really good defense from the Raiders.
Wow,
really solid.
Just impressive. So, I mean, what do we see here from Purdue Gold? I mean, they're looking at kind of a hybrid poke. You're going to have the damage boosted Ash. That's always good. You're also going to have the +1 from the Res. So that's also good. But, I mean, Lifeweaver, yeah...
Lifeweaver actually got some serious buffs. Lifeweaver's healing is equivalent to Ana's, but doesn't have the burst potential. It is a little more reliable. I did not expect to see the Lifeweaver here, but I mean, you know, it did get buffs all the way around. So I'm sure some team will figure out how to use the Lifeweaver effectively, but not going to be today. MSOE was not going to take that risk here in your finals for Nationals.
I mean, the fact that Rattler just completely devalued any kind of a setup that the Boilermakers had right there speaks volumes to how good Rattler is on this ball. Now they're going to get slammed through.
Oh, yeah, but Sub and Clem were there. Everybody focusing down the wrecking ball. Serponic was so low. Another split second, and it would have been the Ana going down instead. But the peel from Purdue Gold is too good. Now, with Clem falling, a bit of an opening here, but MSOE have to wait on Rattler to get back in this fight.
I mean, it's all about go time right now. I mean, J-Ched and company can confirm some kills going through here. But Rattler is back in the fight for sure. There he goes. Gets the revenge.
Oh, they're going to get the res off, though? No, and Dorsey. Well, and Dorsey gets the kill. Philly Cheese did manage to complete the res, but I think it's just going to end up being 200 HP of ult charge here for MSOE.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous res. And, I mean, kudos to them getting it off, but they gave their life and they gave the ult charge over for it. And now you're looking at Pulse Bomb. Ready to go. You're about to have the Nano online from Shattered Axe. So, I mean, Sub 1 needs to get something done with this upcoming Pulse Bomb. And, well, Dorsey does it instead.
A Pulse with the Discord on that Winston, that was just nasty. That Winston just absolutely exploded. Poor Winton is bits now, I'm afraid.
No more Winton Overwatch. But, I mean, you've got your
pieces
own...
of fur all in the air now. When it does pay an aisle 6.
Good lord. Res does come through here, and I mean, Bob is not even close to being online yet.
No, it's a good nano engage, though.
Yeah.
Taking Edenholf down early in this fight, it will slow things down. It does buy more time for Clem to build up towards that Bob, especially taking Rattler is gonna force MSOE completely back.
I mean, this will go buy him some time. Now, you know, I mean, just the one ultimate into that fight, great value out of it. But you're looking at a big host of ultimates coming up for the Raiders, and I think the big one that they really need to be cognizant of is focusing down the Zenyatta. The Discord Orb's got to go, and the Transcendent's got to be taken off the board.
I mean, it has certainly been J-Chen's focus specifically. Here's the big Omnic Butler that you're referring to. Just tossing, looked like all the way into that back room. Gonna run off Rattler there with a bit of dynamite and some good shooting out of Clem. Of course, as I say that, not quite able to find the head of Corgis. Corgi ducks back behind safety. Looking to take some shots now onto a sleeping Rattler. Rattler's able to get up and pile drive down low. It was just the adaptive shielding that ate all of that damage, and Rattler is still in this fight. Able to focus down J-Champ with some help from Endorsey. Corey with the trade out, but you take a DPS for that tank any day of the week. And MSO Red have to take advantage of this, and Dorsey going down is not good. Clem is going to force Shattered Axe out of that little cubby hole, and this defense is holding on. Philly Cheese even manages to get away with a speck of health. Unreal defense here out of Purdue. MSOE Red had a golden opportunity, and Purdue Gold shut it down.
Anything you can do, I can do better. And I mean, that's what they're going to have to do here, because I mean, we saw only, what was it? It was like we were almost in overtime when they entered into the Horde. So, I mean, Rattler with these engages, 1,000 hit points, that's almost unkillable.
Purdue Gold basically just saved this map. If the MSOE Red had capped right there and had 5 minutes going into point C, this thing would have been all but over. Such an important hold. Mines now up top have held 3 or 4 players up here. Everybody's low. That pile drive's going to finish off Clem and force Philly Cheese into a mine and gets left hook onto Serponic. Rattler has had enough of Purdue.
Why has J-Chen not popped the Primal? That's the big question. It's had it in the last 2 fights and has not used it to buy time. So now you're looking at just under 4 minutes to get not all the way through. I mean, you get to the throne room, but not all the way. They were like, what, 3 meters, 4 meters from capturing. But now, Rattler has not been stopped. This is where you need the Sombra to make his life hell.
Yep, sticking with the Ash and the Tracer here for the defense. 3.5 minutes. Tie up your finals. Dive into the back with the nano boost. Prompts the Transcendence out of Aiden Holt. MSOE Red with the sleep and the anti. J-Chin has popped the primal finally. While anti, but look at all the damage. 1,000 health wasn't enough to fend off the onslaught from the Raiders.
What a
and that stick is going to land. And Dorsey, can you get the Mercy too? They are so low. There it is. And Dorsey, you absolute madman.
And Dorsey just recovered completely from what happened on Lijiang Tower. And now mines are going to be up. Nothing to defend against it. I would still like to see the Sombra, but we're going to bring out a Torb. So Torb and Cassidy out for Purdue Gold as they're trying to hold the last 20 meters off.
Rattler slamming in, has the mines ready to go, doesn't need him to finish off Clem. Nano boost thrown in onto Endorse, who's sitting at 18 health and able to pop that recall, refill it up. Rattler's mines is going to finish off some equipment, and they've got the defense kind of caught in a corner here. That Brig looking oh so low. Somehow they were staying alive that long. Unreal, but eventually Dorsey and Rattler were overwhelmed. Now Rattler's just going to run over Clem, flatten him like a pancake towards the spawn. Someone still here has a turret down, which is keeping Dorsey at bay. But Dorsey turns around and lands someone right onto J-Chin, and that's going to be the final straw. The Raiders have tied us up. We're headed to map 3, all knotted at 1 apiece.
I mean, what a turn. What a turn from MSOE, and they just were not able to deal with Rattler. And yeah, absolutely earning player of the game honors here. So, I mean, look at this. I mean, just held everybody in the corner with that minefield and went in with the melee kills and just got it done. Here's where J-Chat had the pulse, or had the Primal Rage ready to go, and just died. I don't know if you were waiting for a res to come through. The Mercy pick didn't really pan out. We saw one good res that brings Clem back into the fight, and they build up Bob on the back of it, but
well, the Mercy was really there to nano. I mean, not to nano, but to damage boost the Ash, right? Yeah. So that was the real value of the Mercy in that composition. But no, I mean, any way you slice it, it certainly did not get the job done. It is the Raiders tying us up. We're going to take a quick intermission. When we come back, it's Purdue's map pick on map number 3. We'll see you back here in a minute. It's been a season of growth and improvement here for the MSOE Raiders, and wow, did they improve in that second map. Tied us up here in our finals. We're even at 1-1. Decide who's going to take the championship here for Nationals in your Champions Division.
I mean, that was impressive. That was impressive. And I called for it. Rattler and Dorsey being able to go in on the back of the pile drives. We saw it time and time again. And Dorsey was that little gnat that confirmed a lot of those kills, and absolutely perfect work. And Shattered Axe just gives myself a lot of hope for Ana. Ana is so viable right now, and you saw it right there. Just the burst healing that can come from the Egyptian healer. But man, I mean, Purdue Gold. They showed up and showed out, and they got their butts handed to them there in Blizzard World. So as we head into our escort map, we have seen. Don't see the band there, so we do see Shambali Monastery has been picked by Purdue Gold. So the band, I'm not sure what it is, but that's where we're going. We're going to go to Nepal, and this is going to be interesting. Because do we see, it looks like Circuit Royale was banned out by MSOE. So here I think that Ball is going to have a lot harder time to get viability. And I think that the Ramatra comp actually works very well here. Sigma is another tank that works extremely well here. So it might be the tempo tank. It might be an off tank. It might even be a Zarya. It just depends on what these two teams decide that their course of action are going to be. No side swaps here, so we will see Purdue Gold. The Boilermakers are going to come out on the attack, and well, I mean, looking defensively, MSOE Red, they're still pulling what they ran there on Blizzard World, and just like we said after Lijiang, why change it if it worked so well? The Raiders looking strong.
Yep, and I want to highlight here as the doors open here for map number 3. Corgi listed as a support player, traditionally a support player for this squad, and has been filling in this DPS role. And still, MSOE on what could be considered a handicap looks so strong there in map number 2. We can't count him out here. Maybe at only 6-3 during the regular season, but when Shattered Axe is playing like that, they're looking like championship caliber squad.
I mean, and Rattler. Doing Rattler things.
Rattler too, you bet.
Yeah, Rattler too. I mean, going to get the Lucio here, I think. Shattered Philly Cheese is playing very hard to get right now. And, well, the hammer has come out from Corgi. But, I mean, already, that's actually a good kill. That's a priority pick. Taking the backline disruption out. And Dorsey's going to be very, very left out to dry here. They're going to have to regroup here. But you're looking for Shattered Axe to land these. Hey! Someone finally listened to me and got the Sombra out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Recognizing Rattler on this Wrecking Ball sub 1. Going to the natural counter there for all hamsters, which is, of course, a hacker. Rattler rolling her back. Had a momentary disruption from that manual hack, but is right back in the action with 15 health. Sub 1's out looking for a health kit. Meanwhile, Rattler's moving in. Now Clem's very low as well, but nobody can get any final blows. Purdue Gold, with multiple members below a quarter of health, somehow managed to get them all topped up and come out ahead. As they find the kill not only onto Rattler, but onto Aiden Hulk as well. Jachin was down for a moment, but certainly not out.
Shattered is still landing these antis with frightening rapidity. And yeah, that's going to force a recall out. That should be the point taken. Yep, and so 444 as they head into the caves here. And the Sombra pick is starting to really, really work out.
Rattler changed it on over to the Junker Queen. First time we've seen anything but the Wrecking Ball here in a little bit. Hopefully, I think just to outbrawl Jachin up close and personal.
I don't know, JQ versus Ramatra. I mean, the Nemesis form. I mean, you can deal with, I guess, the Carnage coming out and Gracie being thrown as well. The Ravaging Vortex slows down the Junker Queen and will probably force out the Commanding Chow.
Nano boost used early. It's going to prompt the sound barrier out of Philly Cheese. Shattered Axe falls and someone to Clem. Both move in. Able to pick up a pair. But look at Rattler. This swap working well as they able to muscle down J-Chin up close. Using that shotgun to great effect.
I mean, and with the fact that the anti was applied on top of it. And so, I mean, they use 2 ultimates in that fight. But they get the perfect value out of it. And Philly Cheese, even with the sound barrier that was out, did not get the value they needed. And, well, I didn't know you could go this high here in Nepal, the Shambali. So, I mean, they're looking for somebody on the backside.
Nice scouting out of Philly Cheese here. I'm curious if Serponic decides to make a swap over to a Kiriko. Nice pulse out of Ed Dorsey. Serponic, well, is going to have an opportunity to make that change if they want it now, as Purdue Gold just back right on out.
I would love to see it, and you're calling what's in my head right now, Jeff. Is I think that they do need this. I mean, look at this. A well-timed Sousa right there denies the pulse bomb viability, and it's going to really deny Shattered Axe to these antis. These two, with the pulse bomb and the anti-nades that have been coming through, have really put the team on their back, Jeff.
Not to mention the rampage that Rattler is quickly building up towards. Speaking of tank ultimates, Jachin does have the Annihilation ready to go, but is currently just sheepishly hiding behind the cart, waiting for the right opportunity to pull the trigger on the rampage. Here goes the head. Excuse me. That was the Nemesis that I was referring to. Unfortunately, both tanks do fall. MSOE Red able to come out on top with that kill on sub 1.
Well, the problem now is that the Transcendence is out. So now this Annihilation, I mean, it could be a Nanolation if Serponic can get this Nano online. Sub going over to the May, and now Clem has the Cassidy out here. So definitely up in your face brawl. Let's see how this works on Rattler. I haven't seen that interaction. I want to see if they can get hindered, which will prevent that movement abilities coming out.
Apparently you can cancel Rampage with it, although I've yet to see it happen. Racing not quite hitting the mark. Rampage is out. That's going to find 3. Clem with the cartage into the corner. Oh, Clem goes down. Serponic goes down. The Rampage is good. Nothing to block. No way to heal. With all of that purple from Rattler, it's an easy cleanup here for the Raiders.
God, and Dorsey is so bloody good, Jeff. I mean, the blinks into the assassination and getting right back out, and then, just has the wherewithal to know their geometry and know where they're coming back to and how to get away from the danger coming in. Minute 20 left on the clock. 3-pack of ultimates here for MSOE Red. I'm anticipating this going on to Rattler to build it towards another Rampage.
Nano is going to go on to endorse it. Junior going in with the pulse bomb at the ready. Eyes on the Torbjorn. Got Clem about health. Woo! Second clip got him super low, but the healing is good. Soundbarrier and Annihilation back up front has allowed Purdue Gold to muscle their way forward. That pulse bomb will pick up a pair, including Serponic on the back. So heal's notably lacking. And Endorsey, the Junior might just do it. It's Jachin versus Endorsey with sub 1. Sub 1 health is more like it. As they're able to hide from the Tracer momentarily, Jachin is there to finally clean it up. Rattler doing the same against sub 1, and it's just the 2 tanks left. Jachin, just no health to work with, has to pop that Nemesis form, and health has showed up. Healers have shown up for Rattler.
I mean, and now the cart has just started moving backwards. So, I mean, they've got actually opportunities here to get on the point. And with a Blizzard online, this Transcendence. Aiden Hollick cannot go down in this fight, Jeff. Otherwise, it is point B captured.
Last opportunity for Purdue Gold. The stop here would be a huge boon for the 6-3 MSOE Red. Sub 1 with the Blizzard. Rattler and Dorsey holding down on the cart with everybody else sitting back. Jachin wants to get into that back line and force those supports out. Aiden Hulk does have the Transcendence online. Here comes the Blizzard on the point. The Transcendence is there. Aiden Hulk comes screaming out of the back with the lights of salvation. Here for the defense of MSOE while Corgi burns down their doppelganger on the other side. Someone has to ice block up on the back of the objective. Still 4 players left here for Purdue as they continue to fight, but the Molten Core now out. The floor is lava. Philly Cheese with the sound barrier trying to fend off against all of that lava and the mines to boot. It is so dangerous for anybody from Purdue to be on this point. Jachin wants to return the favor, but it's asleep to put the annihilating Ramatra on their back. Rattler still holding down on this point. There's a lot of cold, now there's a lot of hot. It's a song of fire and ice here in Shambali Ministry in this long, drawn-out fight. Seems to finally be going Purdue's way. They will cap and get 2 points on the board, but holy cow, did the Raiders make them work for it.
And Aiden Hollick almost has another Transcendence online, Jeff. That cost the entirety of the Purdue Boilermakers ult chest, and that was exactly what I think that the MSOE, you got to consider that a win, even though they do lose. Point B, now the whole chest is empty, and it's going to come down to sub 1 and Serponic getting up towards their ultimates to be able to get any kind of measurable progress here on point 3.
And you can't help but feel that as they've gotten this far. Anything is just bonus for Purdue at this point. And Dorsey down means they're likely to get around this final corner. With Rattler falling, it's almost a certainty.
That's exactly what they needed. I mean, they took down the two fangs of this rattlesnake that is the Raiders out of MSOE, and now they're going to have this Nano online. Exactly what they needed, and a big kill from Clem.
I mean, it's just looking like there's not any venom left in this defense. Do they have the lethality to get it done? No! Rattler can't even make it back in time to stop the cart. And despite some heroic efforts on point B from MSOE, it's Purdue finally cap it and then just roll that momentum all the way into point C.
I mean, the fight, I think they expended all their energy. They peaked a little bit too early, Jeff. I think that's what happened with that point B defense. I mean, look at this, 4 minutes on the clock, and they got it down to overtime. That's how good this defense was from MSOE Red. The Raiders showing us how to defend, how to really marshal and circulate your ultimates when you need them. My word. And then the 1 minute capture here of point 3 for Purdue. I mean, that really showed some tenacity from them as well. So defensively. Yeah.
To win a championship, you got to have perseverance and you have to have a heart of steel. And that's exactly what Purdue showed us there. That was championship mentality. That's digging deep and going the extra mile. And that's what it's going to take to win nationals here in NECC.
Jeff, am I allowed to say Mamba mentality since I put the two fangs onto Rattler and Dorsey?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. So Mamba mentality there. Never give up from MSOE Red. I mean, they whittled that time bank down so low. And now look at if Dorsey comes up with this is going to be, well, I mean, they've got a Torbjorn, so I mean, focusing down the turret first, then they can move it on top of that, and they're going to have a boost with them as well, as we see Aiden Hollick go on to the Mercy.
Rattler working around the outside. Looking to just move everybody off. That was a huge Bionade tossed in from Shattered Axe, who continues to excel on this Ana. Rattler going in for round number 2. Still not able to get anybody off the high ground, but a lot of disruption. That's a 4-player pile driver. That's a lot of ult charge and a lot of disruption thrown in. And look at the stickies from Dorsey. Just promptly landing onto Philly Cheese. They were covered in sticky mines. No escape for the Brig.
Oh, and it was the anti once again from Shattered Axe that set that whole play up.
I mean, the Bionades have been so good.
Yeah, I mean, Shattered Axe, hit me up, Discord. After we're done, I need to learn how you do this so effectively. Thank you very much. But I mean, looking at Rattler as well. Rattler's just getting all the work done on this wrecking ball that you would want. Probably see Shattered Axe go down here. Yeah, J-Chen has had enough of that.
I feel like Rattler's brain is just going a mile a minute. Like, Rattler's thinking 3 steps ahead. It's so impressive to watch their movement and watch how they kind of know what they're going to do 3 steps in advance and set themselves up for it. Nice little 1-2 combo here out of it, Dorsey and Rattler. It's going to be the duplicate with the Molten Core. Extra lava thrown onto the point. Double Torbjorns. That is nightmare fuel, Billy.
I mean, Clem's going to be able to answer back with one of their own. Sleep misses there, but Philly Cheese is out of the discussion. So Nano goes out onto, I believe, J-Chen.
Yes, but they got antied and just have to block up. Don't really get a lot of the damage potential that they wanted. Here comes that Molten Core from the defense that you're referring to, as Clem attempts to hold back MSOE Red as they're 8 centimeters from capping that point, Billy.
Nice metrics there. Nice metrics. I applaud you on this, but I mean,
not bad for an American.
Right now. I like it. I like it. But I mean, Sound Barrier going to come up here for Philly Cheese. That's their go signal. Corgi goes down 98% to Molten Core. This is going to be a good stand for them.
And that was Serponic with the anti. The Bionade that prevented any healing there on the Corgi. Just kind of sealed the fate of MSOE on that attack. Still plenty of time for them to come back, though, and get those final couple meters they need.
I mean, you're looking at Molten Core, and you're looking at Duplicate, and Duplicate last time did get a lot of value, so we'll see if that's going to work. But Clem! Bye-bye, Rattler.
I mean, I will say MSOE are not wasting any time getting in here and taking attacks. Like, they are just pummeling. They're going for quantity over quality, almost, it seems. I'm not saying that they're taking less than opportunistic attacks, but they are really just throwing a lot here at Purdue. So far, Purdue's been able to withstand the onslaught.
I mean, 4 ultimates into this fight, Jeff. Rattler has gone off of the wrecking ball and on to the Junker Queen. We saw how fast they got that rampage up. So this is actually Scaryville here for the Boilermakers.
and a complete change of philosophy from what I was just talking about. Now this is going to be about isolating a target, see if they can find that one critical final blow to really snowball. But speaking of snowball, Snowball is out and making everybody's life frigid here from MMSOE Red. Corgi is the one to fall on the back of it. Annihilation from Jade Shed, just forcing a Dorsey back, who's duplicated into a Ramatra of their own. Corgi's been rezzed up as Aiden Hook somehow finds that one, but Rattler gets pummeled into oblivion. Dorsey's duplicate falls as well. 30 seconds remain. The defense from Purdue has just staunchly built a wall.
4 ultimate fight, though, so I mean, the economy just not there, but they do have a little bit of a savior here in the fact that you got the turret up and you've also got Molten Core online. So a wall plus the Molten Core to not allow them to get out of the area of effect. This is going to have to be a very big nano engage coming in from the boiler or from the Raiders.
This is going to be last opportunity. Shattered Axe, eyes on the Rattler. Could use the nano. Yep, indeed. Right on the Rattler out of the gate. Wants to build up the rest of this rampage, but there's a Molten Core just eating through so much of that health bar. Rattler gets a bio nade, kind of back against the wall, but the healers are doing such a good job. Rattler takes a big shot, and still Aiden Hulk and Shattered Axe are keeping him alive. It's finally Molten Core that does in the Junker Queen, and might just do in the Raiders, as the Boilermakers heat up and their water flow over. They will stop the Raiders here.
I thought for a second Aiden Hollick was going to come back with the Glockster and take care of business, but wow, what a defensive hold. Anything you can do, I can do better. We had a fantastic defense come from MSOE on Blizzard World and just bled time. Well, we get a first point hold here in the monastery of Shambhala in Nepal. My word, never say die. Mamba mentality for both these teams. But I tell you what, I mean, Purdue looked pretty damn good there. Pretty damn good, my friend.
Hard to argue with that. Able to cap all 3 points and then put up a full hold. Yeah, that's a great performance out of Purdue. What a way to bounce back after losing Blizzard World. Purdue will take the edge up 2-1 here in your Nationals Finals for NECC Overwatch. Rattler looked pretty good on the Junker Queen, but it just still wasn't quite enough. And I can't help but go back to that point B defense, Billy. It was so close. That seemed to be the moment where everything shifted.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Norse sagas have less drama to them than that point B hold and defense there from MSOE Red. I mean, you could sing the songs of your people after that. And I think that in Dorsey being on this Echo for the entirety of their attack, I think it did them a little bit of a disservice. I think bringing maybe even a soldier, a Hanzo, something to deal with the turret, because really a lot of value was gotten by Clem there with the Torbjorn. We saw the rivet shots, we saw the right clicks come out, and then the turret doing their job. So, my oh my, we need to see a little bit more. MSOE, I mean, they played their hearts out there, and yeah, I think that once they lost that point, Jeff, the heart went a little bit out of them.
I will say, Escort doesn't really seem to be their style. I mean, Rattler was so good on the Wrecking Ball. I mean, combined with Dorsey on the Tracer, that's why we saw the swap over to the Echo, was because Rattler had to move over to the Junker Queen to try to answer. So I would expect Purdue. I mean, Purdue will only have 2 options here. New Queen Street has been, the Raiders only have 2 options here. New Queen Street has been banned out. So MSOE are taking us to Esperanza, and I would expect them to go back into those Wrecking Ball compositions.
Why not? And I think the Echo works a lot better because it's progress rather than point control necessarily, and there's a lot more viability for an Echo to be able to get in and out of fights appropriately. But in the same vein, that's why I like Tracer so much more on Esperanza, because you do have all these little avenidas, these little cubby holes that you can come out of nowhere on and have a really fun time, and the recall gets you back into safety. So I mean, there's philosophies here. I like a Diva here. I also like the Orisa here. I think this is Orisa's best map after all the changes to my beloved Donkey Horse. I think that this is one of her best maps because it is so linear. You have a lot of high ground that you have to cover, but you let your DPS deal with that. And, you use your Javelin Spin to mitigate the damage coming in. So, I mean, we're going We're going Reinhardt v. Junker Queen. J-Chen's going to copy a page out of Rattler's book.
Yeah, and MSOE and Rattler going over to this Reinhardt is a bit of a change. I mean, I didn't see this one coming. We saw it back in Lijiang Tower. But I firmly expected to see the Wrecking Ball Tracer duo come back out for the Raiders. But no, they want to get up close and personal. Feel like playing some Brawl. You know what? That is okay with me. I love seeing some Reinhardt. Unfortunately for the Raiders, Rattler's the first to fall. A nice connect from Gracie means Shattered Axe will fall as well.
I mean, and the heals are there. I mean, look at that Serpotic. 60% towards Rush already. I mean, they just collapse on top of it. And the May wall from Sub 1 once again was sublime.
Shattered Axe now going to go ahead and swap over to that Kiriko. I really need the Suzu to cleanse the effects from the Rampage. It's the only real way to stop it. You can use a sound barrier, but it can be risky. Great wall. Good carnage. Rattler's in trouble. Heals even better. Shattered Axe and Aiden Holt keeping him alive. Rattler now wants to explode out of this small room. Find a little bit of space to work. It's a good wall from Endorsey, but J-Chen isn't phased. They are able to respond and take Rattler out of this fight, and the Raiders have to sheepishly retreat.
I mean, Endorsey on the May, I don't hate it, especially with how very precise they are. But that is going to be the first checkpoint, the little rest break here for TS1. And I like this. I like what I'm seeing from them. They're pushing in on the backs of these walls and just putting so much pressure on Bradley.
Gets in there, rush out. And, I mean, that's just so much damage you have to contend with. It was a good Molten Core that actually fended Purdue back. And everybody has to fight from range, where Endorsey lands that Icicle. Now the response rush and MSOE Red are exploding back towards the other direction. Wall's going to block off J-Chin, and they get hammered down. Shattered Axe landed that final blow. Left-hand side, you got a Kiriko just kind of stuck out one health. Suzu prevents the kill from the first swing, but not the second. Rattler will put Serpotic back in the spot.
And the big kicker here, Jeff, is that Aiden Hollick has sound barrier difference. So they're going to be able to weather this blizzard coming out from Sub 1. The problem is that Clem has their Molten Core. So which one do you put out first? What do you use to draw out the sound barrier? Well, nothing, because you're now -1 Serpotic off the field.
Now, does Purdue continue to invest? Do they try to throw the blizzard in? No, they're going to go ahead and just retreat back and look to contest back where the cap point is. I think they're going to try to contest before the checkpoint hits.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, they've got two. They got three. They got 3 on the payload, and I think that with a Rampage, if you can if you can do that, well, never mind.
Yep, someone goes down. That blizzard is going to take that much longer to come out. Clem and J-Shen throw in their ultimates, but a sound barrier from Aiden Hulk is going to prevent any follow-up from either of them. Just denies the value out of 2 very important ults. J-Chin gets muscled down here from Corgi. As MSOE Red smartly play around this corner and buy some time to heal Rattler up and then go back forward. Rattler taking a lot of damage, but Corgi has the room to land the shots with that rivet gun. Finds both supports. And this is going to be a check mark here for MSOE Red. They're not far away from the lead.
They're not. I mean, we're going to have the scratchy moment here. And then, I mean, just another 9 meters to go. And they're putting out their own Molten Core. Oh, the floor is definitely lava.
Jason has swapped over to the Reinhardt to try to prevent the Raiders from stealing away this lead. Charging in, but Corgi manages to get 3 in that Molten Core. You've got to be kidding me. How did 3 people end up melting into the floor like the Terminator?
I mean, great reference there. Great 90s movie. I loved it when I saw it come out. But
oh, yeah. If you haven't watched Terminator 2, go do yourself a favor and go watch it. But anyway.
Yep. Because that's exactly what Corgi did to all of them. Turned them into T-100s. And, you know, I didn't see the thumbs up come out. But, you know what? Blizzard will be coming up here. So going from fire now to ice. And, I mean, Clem, they need to get something done with their own Molten Core.
Blizzard out, wall perfectly placed. J-Chin wants to charge out of it. It's actually a pin from Rattler that forces him into a wall, but they're in a small room surrounded by Raiders. J-Chin made it out the door, but still ends up back in spawn. Now the shotgun's going to land on both supports as the sound barrier fades. Philly Cheese finds themselves on the wrong end of that hammer. Sapodic turned into a nail as well, and MSOE Red are in firm control of Timothy Smith the first. I say that! Clem?
What?
Clem tried to bring this back single-handedly, at least whittle down some reinforcements.
Well,
those are important kills.
Yeah, and the problem is that they didn't get it to the halfway point, so forward spawn still in the Raiders' favor. I mean, they're looking at a sound barrier advantage here going into a Shatter and an Amp Matrix. J-Chen needs to establish dominance right now.
Those kills from Clem bought Purdue this space here in front of the yellow trolley. Otherwise, the MSOE Red would have pushed all the way up. Now we're coming into the response. Clem swapped over to a Cassidy Amplification Matrix, and Purdue Gold look to continue to purchase real estate here from the Raiders. That wall kind of put J-Chin up into an interesting spot with the Suzu and the Kitsune Rush. MSOE Red are sticking around in this fight. They even have a sound barrier in their pocket should they choose to use it. J-Chin doesn't get anything with that Shatter. Someone has to ice block in a very suboptimal position. They're not going to live long all the way back there. And TS1 continues to march through the street, and the Raiders have this spot. This time it's flawless, no casualties.
And Aiden Hollick gets to hold on to their sound barrier as well. They had it throughout the entirety of that fight, plus a Shatter coming into this fight. I mean, Sub 1 is going to have to be the playmaker here. They have to get a beautiful Blizzard out on top.
Sub 1 gets that kill on to Corgi. That's a heck of a start. And Rattler is just hiding, using this lava to keep space between themselves and J-Chin, while Aiden Hulk and Shattered Axe top them off. Someone charging forward wants to get this Blizzard out, and Rattler rotated the wrong direction and is nowhere near the team.
J-Chin is going to have to be able to take care of this and push forward. I mean, we're at 3 minutes, 20 seconds. You've got Deadeye and the Blizzard, so I mean, you've got some tools here. Aiden Hollick being very stingy with their sound barrier, and I love it. I love the patience that they're using here.
This is a dangerous moment here for MSOE Red. This map can swing the other way so fast, and a fire strike kill like that is a bad sign for the Raiders as they continue to backpedal. Purdue Gold have smelt blood in the water. J-Chin is going out, mouth agape, and looking for anything they can fit in their goal. And what a block on a Rattler Shatter! J-Chin is feeling themselves and are certainly dominating the tank battle right now.
I mean, it's just been another gear. I mean, we've been cruising along in about third gear right now. Now we're up in the fourth gear, almost fifth gear, and these teams are starting to purr like kittens, just getting everything done. The back and forth is so good.
Rattler backing up, wall used, so Rattler's shield can stay intact. Important play for MSOE Red to be able to move in through this inside and get their Blizzard out. Both Blizzards thrown into the mix. Looks like everybody's frozen. Philly Cheese and Aiden Hulk both get their sound barriers out, and both mays fall. So far, it's a mirror fight. Clem comes through, lands the shot. Corgan goes down, but J-Chin is also in the grave. So MSOE Red are the only ones with a tank standing. They've got a healer for now, but Shattered Axe is very low. Turns around, lands one hit. Rattler with the peel, and they protect the lead. MSOE Red are still on top.
We're just sub 2 minutes now, and I mean, we're looking at ultimates coming up here for both teams. I mean, it's so expensive for the Boilermakers there. You're going to have the fire. You're going to have the Molten Core. You're going to have the Shatter from Rattler. I think right now for J-Chin, I think you've got to go in with a... I would probably bring in a Winston here just for the cleave damage and to force all the abilities out.
J-Chin not making any changes. Purdue playing off the high ground. Philly Cheese making the calls. Sights on the Raiders. Purdue circle back around towards main. Nothing in the old apartment as they charge headlong into this Molten Core coming out of Corgi. J-Chin trying to back out, but Philly Cheese cannot escape. That means there is just no way to disengage. There's no speed left, and the Raiders move in and pounce on a vulnerable Purdue Gold.
Only one ultimate into that fight, and it was the best one. It was the sound barrier that got all the overshielding up there. And, I mean, well, we'll see. We'll see what they can bring into this next fight, because you just put the Shatter. You put the Molten Core out there. Now you're looking at the Kitsune Rush engage. Serpotic on this Baptiste has their Amp Matrix ready to go. Now, yeah, you can just disengage if you're the Raiders.
This is a dangerous spot. Good wall.
Never
Amp
mind.
Matrix here. Rattler is just immediately going to die. Aiden's already suffered that fate. No Amp Matrix needed. Rattler just completely stuck on that May wall, and the Boilermakers have a glimmer of hope. They have to be perfect from here on in. We're going to be in overtime by the time this next fight breaks out.
Jeff and Dorsey's going to make the difference here, unless Serpotic is forced out with the Amp Matrix or with the Immortality Barrier. I think Endorsey is going to be the fight flipper here because they are back on their trusty Racer here. And, I mean, you've got 3 ultimates, almost 4 for Purdue. So, I mean, it's not a done and dusted deal, but this has got to be a big stick.
And the stick will land. The Immortality field is there, but health bars are low. And Dorsey starts to get around in this fight off the outside. Suzu use Kitsune Rush invested from SOE Red, but J-Chin finds Rattler through that Ant Matrix. Shutter X is going to fall as well as J-Chin is going to lift up the Boilermakers and carry him to a 3-1 lead if they have their way. You still have Dorsey in the back line, threatening Serponic. The Baptiste stays on their feet, leaping around like a frog and avoiding all the damage. You see that line, and that's the lead there for the Boilermakers. They are mere...
No shot!
What? There's a hair! It's a hair away! But everybody from Purdue is alive and on this point. Sound barrier now out here from the Boilermakers, and they look to push back. Aiden Hulk, they will fall. Rattler, the only one keeping TS1 away from Purdue, taking a 3-1 lead here in the finals. Rattler will fall. There goes the butt. There goes the map. Purdue gold move up to championship point after an incredible comeback here at Esperanza.
Serponic saves the day, holding on to that immortality barrier. When the pulse bomb from Dorsey comes through, I am so heartbroken for them because they had it on their shield. And wow, just like what a clapback. Back and forth action from all these players. Jeff, literally a hair separates these two teams. It's a 3-1 scoreline. That'll tell nothing about how we got here.
Nope. And it still doesn't tell us where we're going to land. This is still anybody's series. I definitely think that the Raiders have what it takes to pull this back. Can they dig deep? Can they find that something special? Can they find that sixth gear you're referring to? We'll find out on Control when we come back after a quick break. It has been quite the story here today so far in our Champions Division Nationals Finals between MSOE, the Raiders, versus Purdue Gold. The Boilermakers coming back there on Esperanza. It was looking a little dicey for them there in the middle of that map, Billy, but they got it turned around and got the job done when it counted most.
At the 11th hour,
Yeah.
in overtime, had about 12 meters difference to make up. And they were about 50 meters away when they finally got the pick onto Endorsey and were able to push forward even more. But I mean, whew, tale of two teams there on Esperanza. So as we head into map number 5, it's going to be our control map again, and we saw MSOE pick Ilios after Purdue bans Busan. So we were talking about this before we came back on. This is a great ball map. You can run ball on all 3 maps. Of course, Lighthouse and Well being the best for it. But I think that still on Well, with the backline disruption and with Endorsey following it up, you can absolutely run the ball here because of the good coordination that you see between these two. Purdue Gold, they're on championship point, and they don't want to lose out here. So I understand why they get rid of Busan. But I think that Ilios might actually be the worst pick between the 2 maps.
For Purdue Gold?
Yeah. I honestly feel that.
I mean, if they look good in that brawl style. So I would say Ilios is probably the least brawl friendly of the remaining maps for sure. Towards that Cassidy May. I mean, the Junker Queen, everything that Purdue is showing us right now. They're sticking with that Kiriko as opposed to going back to the Ana that we saw more in the beginning of the series. We saw the Kiriko come out there on Esperanza, and Purdue Gold did pretty well with it. We are going to get a little bit of a pause here, start things off. Not quite sure what that's about, but you know what? That's okay. It'll give us a moment to talk about what we can expect to see here as we head into Well.
I mean, from what we're looking at, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they're showing us that we've got a Reinhardt matchup coming out from MSOE, but okay. Looks like we've got a Discord crash for MSOE Red, so they lost their call real quick. So, I mean, we want to make sure that they can talk to each other and be able to communicate, as this is so important to these teams. But, I mean, Purdue Gold. I don't hate this Junker Queen pick, honestly. Being able to throw Gracie out and pull somebody into the Well, that's going to be dangerous. Of course, we've seen how well Sub 1 has been on the May today, so we'll see.
Well, I mean, on top of being an environmental hazard, the Well itself serves to separate the objective. And so a brawl team can kind of just use it to rotate around the point, and it forces a close-up and personal battle. Which is also, I mean, the Raiders kind of having a similar thought, hence we're saying Rattler on this Reinhardt. So no Wrecking Ball as we might have anticipated. It's going to be a brawl matchup. And MSOE Red with the Lucio have a lot of a positional advantage. They got here first, and they're able to kind of follow Purdue around as Purdue rotates through cage.
I mean, well, that's an early pick, though. That's your speed to disengage. So, I mean, they're going to flip this point right around. They're going to get the Immortality Barrier out as well. So this is going from good to bad to worse. Yeah, and you'll trade out the Echo for the McCree there, Jeff. So as we head into next fight, I mean, they haven't actually fully disengaged yet.
No, but Purdue do have control of this objective. So while all of this is going on, Purdue are building percentage. Still sub 10, and MSOE Red are on the door threatening, but Rattler's got himself in a bit of a precarious position, courtesy of a Maywall from sub 1. Still able to survive. Wonderful play out of the supports in doing so. Rattler charges forward. Wants to move in through cage. Notices someone uses that ice block. That's a vulnerability here for the May, but Jachin steps right back out. The wall blocks Rattler off, and Rattler's going to fall. Jachin emerges through the broken portion of the wall, while Clem picks up 3 with the Cassidy.
I mean, you're going to have Blizzard into this fight. And the Kitsune Rush. So, I mean, MSOE Red are running into a world of hurt as we approach the 50% mark.
Dorsey has made a swap over to Cassidy of their own. Rattler using a similar approach, just being very cautious of that Maywall out of sub 1, but it's the Blizzard I think is going to be the death of the Raiders. Big anti-throw it in, courtesy of the Rampage as well. Wow, what a clean team fight win.
I mean, and they got the Amp Matrix out. That is a big kicker. But it was a three ultimate fight here for the Boilermakers. I don't know if you necessarily needed all of that.
Oh, that's disastrous.
That's a disastrous kill as well. I mean, catching them a little bit napping. So I mean, Sound Barrier to fight the Shatter or the Molten Core, and then Deadeye. Depending on where Clem sets up with this, just works to create havoc in their brains.
Last opportunity here for the Raiders. Molten Core out early. Someone's going to fall in that. Screaming onto the point. Shatterdex drops the Sound Barrier, and the Raiders moving into cage. Chasing Purdue Gold as they flee from the Reinhardt. Jason's getting battered around, but they managed to stay alive. Finally, the Shatter will hold somebody in place. Perfectly timed charge, but the boot goes with it. And Rattler is off the side alongside J-Chin. Now it's Philly Cheese and Sound Barrier that are looking to lift Purdue Gold to a 1-0 lead here in map 5. Those 2 kills will solidify it. The Boilermakers are on top here, 1 round away from their championship.
75,000 IQ Gracie there. He stops the charge. They're at the very edge. And he said, nope, you're coming with me. Because that would have been a completely different fight there. I mean, look at this. Watch. Here's the pin. Pip, stop. Gracie, boink, gone.
And the pool. Oh, it's beautiful. I thought it was Philly Cheese that did it, but no, you're absolutely right. J-Chin got the Gracie shot in, landed the knife just before the pin hit. That's brilliant.
That's just evil. I love it. I love it. And I mean, perfectly played. I mean, it's 100-0 there for Purdue Gold. 1 sub-map away from claiming the champions division here in NECC 22-23. Oh, man. Rattler showing us the Ramatra look here.
I like it. Play a little bit of range and then, drop that Nemesis form when you go onto the objective. Running into a Symmetra May is a tough ask for any squad trying to take to this point. You see wall up early. That one from MSOE. J-Chin is able to stay on the correct side of the tracks and looking no worse for wear because of it. Wall blocks off Rattler. At least doesn't get separated from the squad. Purdue finally grabbed control. Immortality Field used to try to top off J-Chin. And Purdue Gold still holding the line. MSOE Red are surrounding the subjective, pouring shots in. One we're able to find Clem with, but now an Amplification Matrix is going to allow double damage, and that put Rattler in a very tough position.
I mean, Clem showing us what they did on Legion Garden, right? Where they had the dominating performance out of the Symmetra. They're just doing that again.
I mean, that was a sub-round that Purdue Gold won of 100-0, right? And MSOE Red never even got to touch the point on Garden. A lot of it due to Clem in that Symmetra. Sound Barrier out here, but J-Chin is falling. Purdue Gold still look confident they're going to hold this objective, even with a Kitsune Rush coming out of the Raiders. Raiders drop Nemesis form. Rattler does at least. Has Annihilation. Yeah, let's go and throw that into the mix as well. Why not? Everything in the kitchen sink here from MSOE Red. I say that. They do hold on to the Sound Barrier, and they are able to flip this point.
They will have the Molten Core as well, Jeff. But, I mean, the engagement coming in from Boilermakers. Photon Barrier, plus a Blizzard, plus a Shatter. I mean, choose your poison here. It's a choose your own adventure book here for Purdue Gold. How do they want to address this point? Well, they're going to have to watch out for high ground being controlled by Corgi and Aiden Hollick.
Rattler moving on, just starts punching in. Purdue Gold just flipped the point for free. The Raiders just give it up. Now that's the Photon Barrier used. Molten Core is on this objective. And Sound Barrier had been invested as well, but still the Raiders struggling to find any picks after they got absolutely evicted off of their point. Now the squatters are coming out and looking for more real estate. Purdue Gold looking to take over the entire neighborhood.
The squatters? Really, Jeff? Okay. Amp Matrix coming in for
that's my story. I'm sticking to it, Billy.
Yeah,
that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
I'm here for it, brother. I'm here for it. And Endorsey going down with the Blizzard. It's going to be a last-second Blizzard engage, and Philly Cheese in that interim should be able to get up to this Sound Barrier. They're going to be going into double support ultimates here from the Boilermakers.
Oh, it's a good wall. Rattler's down, and this is already looking like a crowd waited for the tanking. There it is. Finally, Rattler goes down. Oh, Blizzard out on the point. And Dorsey trying to lock down someone who's ice blocked up. Not quite able to get out of there, but, still just holding down court. Doesn't need to leave this objective. It's Philly Cheese who keeps everybody alive and standing, healthy and confident with a big sound barrier. And now in overtime, it's MSO Ritter trying to push on this objective. Sands their Kiriko, now Sands their May as well. Rattler's gonna fall. The overtime will dissipate, and Purdue Gold stand as champions on this point. Congratulations, the Boilermakers have done it 4-1 here in your Nationals finals.
Oh, I mean, that's just exquisite. That's just exquisite. There's no other way to put it, Jeff. That was a comprehensive win. And I mean, it's 4-1, right, Jeff? It's 4-1.
Pretty
But
comprehensive.
damn if it's not the closest 4-1 I've ever seen. Seriously, like, the play was so good.
That was pretty good.
I got nothing. I mean, this is closing out our year for the NECC, but damn, was this not the best match of the year that we've cast?
I mean, it's certainly up there. It was so close, so back and forth. I mean, Esperanza could have certainly gone either way. The Raiders looked to just be dominating the entire, minute, 6 or 7 minutes in the middle of that match. And Purdue Gold just narrowly eke out that fourth map. I mean, Shabali's super comprehensive. I will say that was a clean 3-0 for Purdue. Ilios was also pretty clean. So, I mean, there were a couple of close maps, but Purdue definitely showed us what they were made of. And this was absolutely a championship caliber performance. They were 9-0 flawless through the spring season, come into nationals and are basically perfect through the entirety of this nationals tournament. They will leave with the crown, barely even broke a sweat from what it seems to me throughout this tournament.
This is the play of the match, by the way. That's the play of the match. I don't care what anybody says. Just the wherewithal to have Gracie stuck in there and to hold for that long and then get the pull. Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
There was a lot of highlights. I think a big highlight for me was the 4K from Rattler on Blizzard World. Beautifully placed mines. Didn't try to get greedy with the mines, but used the mines to force everybody into a corner and then went in for the kill. Like, it was so smart. I mean, there was a lot. Clem in general. It was just, I mean, Clem popped off so many times. I mean, there were so many team fights where it looked, I mean, Clem was just getting 3 and 4Ks. It was an exceptional performance. God, a lot of great moments throughout this series. Shattered Axe. I mean, Shattered Axe's Auto was definitely something to behold. I gotta say, I mean, the Raiders were 4-4, right? Okay, they were 4-4 in fall season. They placed 3rd, 4th. They went 6-3 in spring season, placing 2nd in their division. That was out of the Pacific Division, the Pacific Frontier Division. And then come into Nationals and make it all the way to the finals, make it to the championship, and put up a heck of a fight against a team that was in the Legends Division back in fall. I mean, this Raiders team showed exceptional growth. And, I mean, there's not a single senior on here. There are a majority freshmen and sophomores. This Raiders squad has a bright future ahead of them, Billy.
I mean, if I want to see the growth. I can't wait till fall already.
Yeah.
I know we're just now closing out this match. I'm like, I'm ready for fall. Let's have fall. But I mean, it looks like we are going to have an interview, Jeff. We are going to get Clem in here from the Boilermakers. So we're going to take a quick little break. We're going to get that set up. Don't forget Fisher Varsity versus Northwood will be coming up after our interview. So don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
All right, and we are here with Cliff, DPS player and junior for Purdue University. Hey, congrats on winning the championship. Thank you so much for coming to chat with us.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
What were comms like? How was the energy there in those final moments on Ilios? You knew you had it locked down. Walk me through the energy levels there in that final 5 seconds when it came up and said victory Purdue.
I mean, I think starting from the first round of Ilios, once Philly got those boops, just the energy going from then on out was just crazy. We knew we had won at that point, and we just kept going with that, and that was the game.
That's awesome.
All right, so my question, I'm going to obviously not take a long time here if I can actually get the words out of my mouth. You guys had a very clear strategy, but you didn't. We saw the problem solving happen as they brought out different compositions. Tell us how you got through that once you recognized the danger that was Rattler and Endorsey, and how you countered that throughout the match.
Yeah, so going into it, we knew they played a lot of Torbjorn, and we honestly thought, oh, this isn't going to be a threat at all. We're going to walk away with this easy, but that combined with the ball was actually really hard for us since they just kept diving on us, and we weren't really on the right comp. So eventually we settled on just kind of mirroring the Torb since it's very survivable. Going with the Mei since Sub's really good on Mei, and they did not seem to want to play the Mei, and we felt like the Mei was the strongest pick there. So by using that in the Torb, we kind of had a DPS line that wouldn't die, and from there we were able to win.
You had some phenomenal moments yourself. I mean, Sub 1 was fantastic on the Mei, absolutely. But you're on the cast or even the Sim, just had some phenomenal moments. Was that a result of patch changes? Were those, just comfortable heroes for you already? How did what came through on Tuesday affect your gameplay, your personal choices today? And did it throw you off at all, or did you feel bolstered by the changes that came through with this season 5?
It definitely made us play a little bit more casts. Beforehand, we were kind of tending to run the Hanzo in the Brawl, but the Sim we were always running. But the cast is definitely a little bit better now, and it's a hero I'm comfortable on, so I'm glad with the changes.
I got one more.
I knew you would, Billy. I knew you would, Billy.
Because it was my play of the entire series. So Rattler pins into J-Chen.
Ilios will.
And Ilios will. And they're going off. Did J-Chen have the Gracie stuck in as they went off, or did he throw it and then yank right away?
I honestly have no idea. I didn't know that even happened until someone from our club posted the clip of that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Jeff thought it was Philly cheesesteak that booped
live in the moment.
Like,
it looked like Philly cheese, because Philly cheese drops the sound barrier directly after, and Philly cheese was in a position to get the boop. But no, it was just great play out of J-Chen.
I called it.
Let's talk about the season as a whole. So, you had a heck of a change. When was in Legends to start things off. Fighting the best of the best there. End up back at Champions and then have this basically flawless run since. How did that time in Legends change y'all as a squad? And what was your overall impression as far as how the season began versus where you landed today?
Yeah, I think our big issue when we were in Legends is we just didn't practice much at all. But we had a few roster changes this season, and everyone was really dedicated to trying to win it out this season. We scrimmed mostly 2 to 3 times a week. I think that really helped build our synergy, and I think if we were to compete in Legends this semester, we would have done a lot better. But I think just the personnel changes and just the more practice is what helped us do a lot better.
Do you see yourself going into Legends for next year for the 23-24 season? Is that would you say a goal or even an inevitability?
I totally could see us doing that. We're definitely a little bit worried about teams like Redbirds. We're not quite sure if we can beat them, but at least we hope that at least with some practice we'll be able to compete with them.
Well, and getting to play teams of that caliber just makes you a better squad too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Even if you're not up there beating Northwood and ISU, just getting to play teams like that will make y'all better. What favorite moment of the day, favorite moment of the season? What's a highlight here from the 22-23 season for you, Clem?
The highlight was definitely us turning that fight on the first point of Ilios when I killed the Torbjorn. Philly booped off the Baptiste. J-Chen got the Ryan with his hook thing, and then Philly hits the beat, and then we turn it around there, and from there we just smooth sailing.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming to talk with us. Congratulations. I mean, you're champions. You're all champions. Any shout-outs you want to give here before we let you go celebrate with your squad?
Just shout out to the whole team. Everyone put in a lot of work. Even in the summer when people are on vacation, everyone still made time to play the game, and it paid off.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming to chat with us. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
There you go. Round of applause for Purdue Gold, who are your champions here in NECC Nationals. Huge congrats to the Boilermakers. Man, they were hot. They were 100 degrees Celsius there, Billy. You like that? Hey, look at that. Look at that.
More metrics. More metrics from you.
And we have more Overwatch to come. We are going to take a little bit of a break, but we will have Ult Charge and Nuclear coming at you with our Legends Division Finals here after this intermission. It's going to be Fisher taking on Northwood. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you back here in a bit.
See you in the fall.
I like that. All right, it is time alongside Nuclear. I'm All Charge. It is time for some high stakes, high skill Overwatch 2. It's the NECC Overwatch Legends Division Championship. Nuke, let's get right into it. How are you feeling about this matchup between Northwood and Fisher College?
I couldn't feel more ready, Berkeley. I'm sure as these teams are feeling ready going up on the national stage in the Legends division, it does not get any higher than this. This is the best of the best teams in the country for Collegiate Overwatch facing off for the Undisputed Championship. Berkeley, I am ready and rearing to go. How about you?
I'm stoked. I mean, this is going to be some of the best collegiate Overwatch we've seen. Northwood has had Fisher's number all season long, beating them in week 1 and earlier on in the playoffs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket so we can get you up to speed on these teams. So as we take a look here, you can see that Northwood, they come in kind of as the top dogs. They beat UTD, who is a very formidable team. They 3-0'd them in the semis. Fisher, though, can't slouch on them. They also swept through the semis. These two teams did meet in the divisional championships, which Northwood won, I believe, by a 2-map margin. So this is a rematch of that divisional championship. And Fisher's hungry for revenge, Nuke.
Oh, I certainly would imagine so. They're neck and neck with Northwood, and they have a chip on their shoulder, something to prove tonight. As you said, in their division, there was a little bit of a map differential throughout the entire season. The map differential was 26-19 in favor of Northwood. So going into tonight's match, Fisher is getting ready to take it to the Wolves over at Northwood.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that Fisher squad that is ready to rumble here. We've got Neb, we've got Avani. Avani's going to be tanking as he always does. Neb, one of the more famed collegiate Overwatch backline players. He'll be in the backline alongside Abs. And then we've got Cave and Forgotten dealing damage for the Fisher boys. Now going ahead and taking a look at Northwood, Chase. Who are we looking at?
Oh, on the side of Northwood University, we're looking at Calman, Seasons, Boat, CJ, and Haven. Note CJ and Haven, undecided as of this semester, but I imagine that information has changed as we've gotten towards the end of the semester. As you said, this is the undisputed team. This is the team to beat. Everyone has this team's number, and they want a piece of the pie. So tonight, they're going to be the defending I guess champions is the best way to put it, since they did win in the most recent conference championship.
Not only did they win that, they also won the Overwatch Collegiate Championship Series hosted by Blizzard. That's probably the biggest collegiate Overwatch event that there is. They took that one. They kind of flew through it. I was talking with their head coach, Faustus. He said that once they won their first round against Maryville, they knew it was their tournament to take home. So the team didn't even react that heavily when they won it. So they just know that they are the top dogs. And if they don't win a championship, they fell short. But Fisher is trying to play spoiler to them today. And we've got the battleground lined up for map number 1. We're going to be headed to Lijiang Tower, and then this is going to be what our map pool looks like for this best of 7 or first of 4 finals that we're going to play. It's going to go Lijiang Tower, then Hybrid, Escort, Push, Control, Escort, Hybrid, and if we need it, if there's a couple of ties, we're going to go back to Control for a map 8.
I don't know if my heart can take a map 8, Berkeley. If I'm being completely transparent with you, that sounds like a lot of work for both these teams this evening.
Yeah, it does. That would be a gauntlet of Overwatch, especially late at night like this, but I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. I don't think this one's going to go the 8-map distance. I've never actually seen a final go that far, only to 7, but hey, if we need to, we'll play Control 3 times.
If we need to. You know, and honestly, Control, I think the best way to sort of determine strength in Overwatch. It is that King of the Hill style, and I think that when you're pairing it up against some of the other newer game modes like Push, I think that it's just a tried and true. It's also faster, and when you get into the endurance needed in what could be an 8-round finals, control is the way to go.
Yeah, no doubt. It's kind of a deathmatchy game mode, but also it displays skill pretty well, so I like it for a tiebreaker. Talking a little bit about these teams while we're kind of just waiting. Fisher College, their roster is pretty star-studded. Everyone in Collegiate knows that. 90% of that roster, and I'm pretty sure all of these starters actually came over from Bay State last year, and they found more success with Fisher. Fisher, a program with a little bit more resources, has a better coaching pipeline to kind of guide those students through maybe their sophomore year, their second year competing at a high collegiate level. And then Northwoods, as we have 10 seconds before this one gets started, this is a team that's scrapped together from contenders and open division champions, and they're ready to rumble and take another championship home. Fisher stands in the way. Map 1, Lijiang Tower, starts just about now.
Yeah, as you said, Berkeley, both these teams have the pedigree. Now it's time to leave it on the field. 23 seconds as we're getting into things. These may be the lineups that we're seeing on either end. Odd that we're not seeing any Symmetra pick from Fisher. They're probably going to try to rely on Neb to get them in. Neb being that backliner healer, as you said. He can be a slippery one, Berkeley.
Yeah, he can, and he can find a ton of elims too. On Lucio, not so much as Baptiste, but that's what Abs is going to be playing here. Spawn doors are open, we are underway. It's going to be Northwood running a little bit more mobility with Cowman on the Doomfist, Haven getting the squad there in time with the TP, and now Fisher just has to posture from the outside, maybe set up a May wall with Cabe, trap someone. Forgotten can lace up a ton of damage now with the new Cassidy magnetic grenade patch that came through, but Fisher, they weasel their way onto the point behind the shield from Avani, and now starting to set up. Northwood trying to put a sneaky teleporter to the high ground behind them, and Fisher turn their heads. Cabe pays for it, getting slammed by Cowman, and now the floodgates can open up for Northwood.
Yeah, Northwood is back in the game. They definitely had to back up as they allowed Fisher to kind of corral in to the point, playing the backside of the point exceptionally well and then striking when they weren't expecting it. But that's going to be Cowman actually falling to Forgotten. It's going to go over in the favor of Fisher as Northwood regains their composure.
Yeah, that was really uncharacteristic by Northwood. I said the floodgates were open, and I think they got a little too overzealous with that, and Forgotten found two Northwood members just kind of hanging around outside the choke and put them to bed.
And sometimes that's what you got to do when they stay up late, right? It's 9 o'clock. We're feeling a little foxy on this Friday night for Nationals, and looks like they are as well. That's Forgotten taken too as well. And that's a huge play for Fisher as they're going to let Northwood have it just momentarily and regain control.
Yeah, Northwood with a little bit of a back cap there thanks to Cowman, who is eventually going to pay for it, and Neb is able to track him down as Cowman was at large for quite some time. Almost 40% in upticking for Fisher College as they're starting this map strong.
Yeah, Fisher College, at first at least I, was a little concerned with that Lucio play, but they're playing to the strengths of it well, getting in and out of this point. Northwood really having to play around their May whenever they're able, and that's going to be Avani now going in. We're seeing the Deadeye popped from the Cassidy. That's going to be a massive Doomfist ult as well to follow up, trying to take out Neb, but Neb being a slippery one, like I said earlier, going to narrowly get out of the situation, but for how long? Wow.
That was Abs
That's
doing
Abs.
the fancy dance and still going for it too. Yeah, we're so used to Neb being on the Baptiste, but Abs was just putting Cowman in a blender. Abs is still alive back here and focused by 3, but Abs finds the kill onto CJ. What is this Baptiste play we're seeing from the Fisher main support? This is incredible stuff, and it's keeping Fisher alive. 83% in climbing. They're nearly there to the window again from Abs. They claim one more kill, and now they just have to posture up for this last fight and take round 1.
Yeah, Abs playing well with Avani there. Call it great value, getting so much out of that play, keeping them distracted on the back line. And that's going to be a Baptiste field popped in the center of point. Avani going to start throwing out the punches on the backup point. Overtime ticking, almost narrowly making it to the end, but it is still going to continue as they continue to fight on point.
Oh, Abs can't jump that one. The Meteor Strike lands right where it was intended to. Still, though, overtime burning. One member of Northwood contesting, and in it, CJ. Cowman also playing in the wings, and Boat holding it down on May. It seems like Northwood has this one controlled, but they've got a lot of life left in this game. It is going to take a maximized effort to hold this for the rest of the round.
I mean, they do have Boats Blizzard online, and on the side of Fisher, I mean, they have the beat that they can drop with Neb, and that's about it right now. So it's going to be a huge factor of economy as they head into the final 65% on this map.
I just saw Haven get the hack onto Neb. Haven does go down. This is the chance. Neb can drop this sound barrier, not having to even worry about the EMP. And here we could see them roll in. The Blizzard gets popped. Cabe is able to find Boat, overextending though. Sound barrier and speed popped in the choke, and Fisher, that's the green light. They go in guns blazing, clear the point. Not finding any elims in that clearance, but as overtime ticks down, no stall for Northwood as the boop is on point. CJ can't make it, and Fisher is up 1-0 here on Lijiang Tower.
Certainly a beautiful boop coming out to keep CJ from point. And that's the Neb that we were talking about earlier. That was a great play, denying them any further contesting on the first point of Lijiang Tower. And what a way to open up this series.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. I mean, it was Brawl versus Mobility, and I think Brawl, especially with the May and the Cassidy, we were talking about this pregame, it seems incredibly strong. If Haven is playing, poking around in the back on Sombra or Tracer, maybe they end up on that hero, and you get hit with that nade, you just are marked for death. That new Magnate is so powerful against mobility heroes, and I think it might have given Fisher the edge in round 1.
I certainly do not disagree with you. It seemed that Forgotten was popping off. Dying was one of the first people in that round, but honestly coming back, clapping hard for the Fisher roster. It looks like Haven is going to remain on this Symmetra going into the next round for Northwood, and Fisher going to remain on the same composition that they started this round with. Forgotten getting 3 tinks in a row, and that's going to be a huge advantage for Fisher.
Man, this dude Forgotten has come to play. He knows his team is a massive underdog in this matchup, but Forgotten wants to be crowned champion after this one. That was just supreme accuracy right onto Cowman's cranium to start the round.
Yeah, had him moving, if you will, all the way back to base. It's going to be Avani in the Nemesis form now, getting some pressure out for Fisher, but getting walled off in the process. Beautiful Matrix going to save them. Abs being reactive in the moment. Calman being a little out of position again and going to find themselves on the other end of a Lucio gun. That's not going to be a great play there. There is another Maywall holding them off in the entrance, and Fisher College just holding it down.
Yeah, everyone's done a great job on the side of Fisher College to keep Avani alive through these Maywall traps. It seems like there's always a Nemesis form online for it. Cowman overextends and gets trapped on the other side of Cabe's Maywall, and now the Annihilation can freely step forward and just wipe away Northwood, leaving remnants of the team scattered about spawn as Fisher climbs to 50%.
Annihilation certainly not the same destructive ability that it was in the past, but as you can see, if you have the advantage, you're going to press it, and that's exactly what Avani did, sending Northwood back to the spawn room. With 60%, Fisher College is taking a glorious lead. That's a wall for the ages. Cowman pushing through. Terror Surge is online, and they're ready to go.
Man, CJ went down in the animation for the sound barrier, so no Lucio ult for the side of Northwood, and that is going to be a big misplay there. CJ just getting a little too airborne, trying to save this with the Terror Surge, but Cowman goes down mid-ultimate, and Northwood is just spending these left and right and getting 0 value. They're certainly going to drop Lijiang Tower for those mistakes. This is too high level of Overwatch to get away with that.
Oh, certainly. I mean, we just saw the Blizzard popped. The overclock is in tow as well. They're using everything, I think, realizing that it's an all-or-nothing situation. And with 98% on the board, Lijiang Tower goes in favor of Fisher College.
Well, did you have Fisher stealing map 1 in kind of dominant fashion? I did not.
I mean, yeah, of course I did.
Oh, yeah?
Naturally. Yeah, naturally. Naturally, duh.
I don't know if you did, but hey, if Fisher's coming to play that level of Overwatch in this championship, I mean, we're going to be treated, Nuke. We talked about going 8 maps. I don't know if it's going to go 8, but this one could certainly go a lot longer than I originally anticipated.
Yeah, I think, as we've talked about a couple of times, Berkeley, sometimes it takes these teams a little to get up to speed. Certainly in the age of a patch, that could happen at any point in time. Cade, though, speaking of feeling the lead, that was a solid play. We saw Cade on the Mei, and Mei getting a bunch of buffs this recent patch can do a lot more with single target focus, if you will. And so I think that comp that the Fisher was playing, Northwood needs to find an answer for in the coming rounds.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, they didn't really try to go toe-to-toe against Fisher with a Ramatra-style brawl composition, and I do think that is where the meta's going to be right now, is with that Mei, Cassidy, Ramatra, exactly what Fisher was running. I think they are just tailor-made to this patch, and I think Northwood is a little late to kind of put that composition on, but they are going to have map pick, and Vega, who is actually their true main support, is going to be coming in for Seasons, who is a tank player on Northwood. They have had success with Seasons on support, like in a Dallas LAN that was exciting for them, but for the most part, Seasons plays tank. He was on support in that last matchup, so I think Northwood just got a little bit of a buff here going into map 2.
What do you think that they play going into the second map on the healing line?
I'm not sure on the backline. I would have to see what the map is, but if I was trying to just kind of brainstorm what kind of map I would want to see them go to, a map where Fisher just can't play that brawl comp that they were just on, right? I want to see Northwood get a little bit more mobile, spread things out, and play to Fisher's weaknesses, or at least something that Fisher hasn't shown, because that brawl comp for them right now looks like exactly what they want to play, and you've got to take them off their game.
So you thinking like forcing a first, like trying to hold them on a first point Numbani? Might be the play. Certainly you wouldn't want to take him to Eichenwald, right? I mean, certainly you wouldn't want to take him to. I mean, maybe Eichenwald. Certainly you wouldn't want to take them to Kings Row in this instance.
Well, they're going to Kings Row. Northwood just picked it. I would have strayed away from it, but Northwood could also be slapping on a brawl comp of their own. They could be showing us something that we haven't seen. So Kings Row being the map, it makes sense. I mean, it's hybrid. If Kings Row doesn't get banned, it gets picked. But Nuke, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think that this is going to be, if not the best, the closest that these teams are going to get to a competitive integral map. This is the tried and true for Overwatch, both in 1 and 2. Kings Row not really changed much over the years, and I think is a good determiner of a team's skill when it comes to what compositions they decide to run and how their strength on those compositions. So I would love to see a couple of changes here, but more than likely than not, we're going to see some brawl comps. Now, what I am interested in, Berkeley, is we just had the snipers nerfed in this last patch. So I'm wondering if Widowmaker even makes an appearance on this map.
She cannot one-hit someone from that crow's nest in spawn. She cannot one-hit someone, like, pretty much where the statue is. But she can still swing out to that cover that you can see on the left side of your screen in that bottom corner. She can still go over there and tear it up as long as she's hitting people right in the forehead. This is one of those maps where it's right on the cusp of her nerf being something that you feel a ton, but still having a lot of access to areas where she can do maximized damage from.
And that's Haven going to be on the Reaper this time around, which certainly I think makes sense to a point. It's going to be tough going up against the Mei, but everyone else on the roster, you really have to look out for the Graviton Surges and things along those lines, and there's no Zaryas that we're likely going to see right now. So Calman as well, making the transition over to Ramatra. It looks like we're going to see a brawl-on-brawl composition.
Yeah, and I think not having a Mei might be a mistake here. We'll have to see who gets more value, whether it's Haven or Cabe, if the Mei walls are trapping effectively or not, because Fisher, they were dialing up, they were making plays with the Mei walls all throughout Lijiang Tower. If they can do that on Kings Row, Northwood is going to have to adapt, but right now the Ramatra is squaring up. CJ goes down, Forgotten with the headshot. His gun is full of lead with names of Northwood members written all over it. Calman drops in the front line, and that's going to be the go signal here for Fisher College as they steamroll away with this first fight.
Yeah, I mean, after you get 1 or 2 picks, you pretty much have to just regroup for this. I really liked Northwood's, or Fisher's grouping on the backup point here. Also, Forgotten not playing a high ground instead of opting to play the backup point where the healers are more likely to get to them and less out of the clutches of that Reaper. I actually liked seeing that as well. We're seeing some changes on the side of Northwood. Haven promptly swapping over off of the Reaper, and I think that the Ashe is going to play more to their suit, especially getting multiple headshots. That's Boat sending them down river. Forgotten, going to be the first one to fall on the side of Fisher.
Oh, and he gets so aggressive here too with this top angle. Boat tearing it up, and Haven on the low ground with lead for everyone. Fisher goes down in a swoosh, and Northwood steam onto the point, and they're going to be able to take it here. Fisher won't be able to contest this, but hey, setting up on point 2, Fisher College, they've got the May. This is a much more narrow objective here in Streets phase. Maybe it plays better to their strengths, but Northwood, they swapped off the Reaper, they put on another hit scan, and they just completely outclassed Fisher in one fight.
Yeah, getting pinched from both sides. That's tough. Same as getting single paunched by Avani in a corner. Haven was not, I think, expecting that. Fisher coming back with a vengeance and not allowing Northwood any breathing room. I think they're going to play the strat that we've seen multiple times now, Berkeley, where they're going to try to keep them in the spawn as long as they can. When in fact, I actually like this. Never mind. They're backing up to this corridor, and they're going to play the May wall here, certainly.
Yeah, kind of showing us how aggressive they're willing to be in this series and the respect that they have for Northwood, not going for that full spawn hold. Vega drops the beat. That gets Northwood through that archway, and Boat with the overclock is able to railgun down the immortality field, but it's the DPS on the side of Fisher that are getting the job done. All ultimates invested here, all 6 for Fisher, and it's able to outclass Northwood, who invested 5, and the defense stays right here.
Yeah, this just in, the stock market just crashed, the economy has fallen, both teams have thrown everything that they possibly can at point. Fisher gonna come out on top for this one, but that was an absolute slugfest. Nothing short of what I think we're gonna see the rest of this series as we watch Northwood narrowly make it through this corridor, and Haven gonna swap over to the Bastion, hopefully to provide a lot more firepower getting through this small space.
Kind of missed right there with that first initial turret form. Cowman having to retreat right now. Immortality Field saves his life. Thank you, CJ. Boat's able to claim 1 life onto Forgotten before dropping to Cabe. And Haven comes in, finds success with that turret form, gunning down Cabe, gunning down Abs, and Avani. Look at the Bastion switch coming up big and getting the payload back in drive.
That's what I love about this division, and even higher divisions in Overwatch. Berkeley is the counterplay that you'll see in the most unsuspected places. I don't think either of us suspected Haven to switch over to the Bastion, but finding value on that hero swap and getting through these choke points is exactly what you have to do as an adaptive player on these rosters.
Everyone for Northwood right now just playing next to the point, trying to set up a Maywall trap, trying to go in with Cowman's resources, nearly to that annihilation. Sound barrier coming through here from Neb. Abs ready with the window. Cabe has the blizzard. Avani, though, the first to pop his ultimate. The annihilation comes out for Fisher College, wanting to keep the defense here, but Cowman responds with a better one. That one claims 2 lives as Abs and Cabe are both dropped. It's still anyone's game here, but Northwood seem to have a slight little hindrance in their play. It's definitely Fisher with the edge.
Yeah, Fisher covering all angles as much as possible. They're going to have the May on point to continue pushing, and no one wants to step up to that, so Forgotten instead is going to send Bob into the fray. Haven immediately decimating Bob. Bob had no room to breathe whatsoever, and now we're going to be dropping the missiles. Haven taking out 2 in the back line, and that's going to be Northwood progressing to the second point.
And that's just the kind of team they are. They win fights where it looks like they're down. If they've got ultimates that they can play, they will remove you from play. Northwood just came up so big with that Blizzard, with that Mortar, which isn't an ultimate that gets a ton of value, but Haven beautifully placed it and found 2 kills.
Yeah, especially when you have people, players on the other side of the roster that can effectively render that ultimate useless, right? You got the immortality from Abs, you have Cabe, who's able to just say, no, I'm going to go into Ice Block form. So finding that value is incredible. Notice, Forgotten is on Hanzo. So this is another play I don't think I was really expecting to see tonight.
Yeah, Hanzo can no longer one-shot a 250 HP enemy. Right now, I don't believe there's any of those in here that are squishy. Cowman, of course, has a ton of health, but Hanzo, playable right here. Cabe also on the Widowmaker, but the snipers are getting battered and bruised right now, and Northwood are closing in on the 3rd and final point of King's Row. Just 3 meters to go. Avani gets frozen solid, not able to touch, and Northwood, the Timberwolves, come out with 2 minutes and 13 seconds through King's Row.
And they started barreling through this map as soon as they were able to wedge themselves out of the corridor in that first point, Berkeley. It was pretty much a slugfest there on for Northwood. Pedal to the metal, full gas ahead. I think Fisher made a lot of changes in a very short amount of time. Because of that, they didn't have any econ to respond with. And when you're switching up that much, it's hard to change to the team dynamics that are necessary. So having both snipers at the end of the round, while it was, you could tell they were trying to take different angles and pick out the Bastion where they could, it didn't really come to fruition, right? It wasn't executed maybe as well as they could have, or maybe they were just stuck on the back foot too much the whole time.
Yeah, Chase, that's a good point. I think it all kind of started to spiral for Fisher when they lost that first fight going into third point. That's when we saw the DPS switch over to snipers, and I think that was kind of a desperation move to just get out of spawn and find one pick, hopefully. But those desperation moves, usually at this level, they don't pan, and that one didn't. That's why Northwood, they've got such a healthy time bank, man. I mean, 2 minutes and 13 seconds through King's Row, that is nothing to scoff at.
No, not at all. And I think they're going to have a hefty hold here on first point to find the same success that they did on offense with defense. Notice a couple of changes across the board as well. We're going to see Forgotten swap back over to the Hanzo, debating between that and the Widowmaker. Neb now going to be on the Baptiste, and Ab's going to swap over to the Kalana. I almost said Ash.
Yeah, quite a few changes here for Fisher, going out with the sniper. Cabe, though, a little sniper of his own. Able to land that icicle right onto Haven's head, sitting down the Bastion for Northwood, and now the attackers roll in. Avani in Nemesis form removes the Northwood tank, and now it is just ground for the tanking. Storming into the Alderworth Hotel, trying to defend the backline, and a nice May wall by Cabe does. Wow. Fisher should be able to take this, but Northwood, they might get a sneaky touch or just fortify the defenses here on Street's Face. But that was efficient right there from Fisher College.
It was efficient. I'm sorry,
yes.
I tried. Too much of a reach, yes. Too much of a reach. But yes, certainly that was a great play from Fisher. And a quick one. Now they just have to be sure to follow up with as much force that they were able to exert in the first couple moments of this round. Ults are coming online. We're seeing the field popped. That's going to be Forgotten on the other side, waiting for anyone to come into perspective on the window, looking for the heads, but Northwood knows better. They're going to back up, wait for their moment, and find Avani in this tunnel by themselves. That's going to be Cowman going into Nemesis form, taking them out, and now it's full steam ahead. Green light for Northwood moving forward. Fisher going back into the spawn room, and Berkeley, that's a Junkrat.
Yeah, Chase, that is a Junkrat. Haven didn't do a ton of damage, but just the menacing presence of bouncing those nades all across this Streets phase probably made Fisher pursue the point very cautiously. Fisher tried to Maywall their way past that archway, but Northwood did such a good job just reading the ebb and flow of that fight, letting it breathe, and then going back in once Vega had that speed boost ready to go. Here it's the Blizzard from Northwood to lead things off, and the Nano goes on to Avani, but Avani not going to find any value with that, had to retreat away from the frozen tundra that was the point. And now once more, Ultimate's getting let loose. CJ pops the window, and now Fisher starting to struggle here. Everyone taking a ton of damage, just barely staying safe here behind this cover that the archway provides, and maybe they can go in with Blizzard soon, but they've got to make a move, and they've got to do it soon here, Chase.
Yeah, because they got Cowman in Nemesis form ready to pop Annihilation, and there it is coming out. Avani narrowly getting the Annihilation in time as well and going to retaliate. That's going to be Haven finding the kill on Avani, though, and Vega, CJ Haven cleaning it up for Northwood as they're holding Fisher in this spawn in exact fashion Fisher was trying to do to them a round ago. CJ yawning. And that is a little bit of BS.
Well, I was going to say, that fight, that was a big play from CJ, too. The late Immortality field gave Cowman the edge in that Annihilation battle against Avani. So I think CJ just knows that he made the play right there, and he wants to let the rest of the lobby know that he's well aware.
A cognizant Baptiste is a scary Baptiste.
Don't let him cook now. Don't let him cook. Haven tries to go on a road trip with the Riptire, but he goes on a road trip back to spawn instead. Cabe able to silence him. Avani removes Boat from the fight. And Fisher, look at this attack. They're starting to actually come alive again after getting stuck in this archway for some time. It looks like they finally opened up a window, but Cowman says, no, not so fast. Puts a pair back into the spawn room, and that's going to hinder Fisher a little bit, but with a boost of speed, they get aggressive for these last couple of kills. Got to find this onto CJ, and that'll get you some serious payload distance. Did CJ just manage to stay safe? He got out of that. Are you kidding me?
Wow. That was some movement from CJ, especially when you're up against a Lucio who's boosting a Ramatra. Like, you're a Baptiste. How do you get out of that? And I guess with some fancy footwork and a little bit of prayer.
I mean, that puts Northwood in a pretty good situation here. Had CJ died, this payload would have gotten around this corner. Now Northwood, they can actually play this cover and just bottleneck Fisher into a tight choke. And Boat has the Blizzard ready. We could see it here with Fisher all grouped up tight. And he's just waiting right now like a kid in a candy store looking at everything that he loves. But CJ's window is somehow going to be more than enough. The damage through that, Haven throws a concussion mine, and that just obliterates Cabe.
Well, the window was going completely uncontested, Berkeley. They just let him do it to him. And this poor forgotten Hanzo in the backline is going to be left on the battlefield as the rest of the team returns to the spawn room. But yeah, no one was looking at CJ at all. They really couldn't, especially when you have Cowman in your face pushing you to the other edge of this push. So Fisher doing everything they can to get their ultimates online. They've got 4 in the bank for this next push. Haven getting a massive stagger. Cabe going to follow suit on Vega, and that's going to kick off this fight.
Oh, I love this ult from Boat. This is just to buy time, just to get Vega back. And it is going to pay off. Boat does go down, but that's okay. Boat's holding the line, buying time, and it's gonna pay off here. Cowman's doing the same thing. These might look like wasted ultimates as the Riptire comes through. Now I'm starting to think it was far too much. The intentions were so good, Chase, and then everyone got so overzealous there.
Oh yeah, we're going? I'm going? No. Wait. Too late. But 40 seconds left on the clock. Fisher is narrowly making it to the second point. Northwood's going to be able to contest in time, and it really comes down to this for the rest of the momentum of this round, Berkeley.
Window comes up from CJ. They've been big so far to this point of King's Row. Cowman holds it down, just blocking an annihilation. Gets great heals from CJ through the Ant Matrix too. Now able to put up that shield. The Maywall's going to keep Northwood under some good cover for now. They still don't have ults. Vega so close to that sound barrier, and that's about to swing things here. 99% as Boat goes down. It's time to let it go, Vega. Drop the beat and go forward. Fisher College now looking a little bit weary, but the sound barrier from Abs comes through in the nick of time. Fisher could seal it out here, pushing just 2 meters left of Street's phase, but CJ claims the kill onto Avani with a tank down from Fisher. Can they actually hold this ground, Nuke? I'm not sure they can. Overtime ticks. Cowman wants to claim the point, but he is felled. Northwood still coming alive in the feed, and it looks like Fisher is going to be sent packing. Just Cabe remains, and it's not enough.
Not enough, and that was so back and forth, Berkeley, as you were saying. They were taking out sides, legs on either side until it was just the DPS and Cabe remaining. Fisher clapping back in a strong round 2.
Northwood clapping back.
Northwood clapping back in a strong round 2. Northwood clapping back. That's what I said.
Big change, I think. Haven on the Bastion, that was just a wrench that they threw at Fisher College, and Fisher was not ready. Also, Seasons was on main support for Lijiang Tower. He's a tank player for Northwood. Vega comes in, and Vega's just a bona fide support player. So that's a significant buff to this Northwood team, who are already collegiate champions 2 times over this spring.
Certainly. That was
scary.
A beautiful, yeah, actually terrifying. Yeah, that was an interesting round. We saw a lot of changes on how Northwood responded to Fisher's comp, right? Fisher at first was like, we're going to run this comp. This is what we're playing. Deal with it. Northwood said, well, how are you going to fare against a Bastion? And Fisher said, fair point.
Yeah, that's a strategy that works from bronze all the way to GM or top 500, it turns out. Just throw on a Bastion, and if a team's not ready for it, they're just going to suffer. And that's what happened. Haven made a big difference. Vega made a huge difference. I mean, Vega comes into this Northwood team so big. We'll talk about it after the break because I got a lot to say about Vega. We're going to go for a 2-minute break. We'll talk about Vega when we get back. And welcome back to the Legends Division Championship here. I'm All Charge, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I was going to talk about Vega on the side of Northwood before we went to the break. And Chase, before I talk about Vega, I want to ask you, in collegiate Overwatch, over the last 3 years, what do you think the biggest rivalry is among top 10 teams?
Oh, that's
what is collegiate Overwatch's Red Sox Yankees?
I mean, I want to say Redbirds and Northwood, to
yes,
be honest.
I want to
say it's Redbirds and Northwood.
Over the last 3 years, I would say it's the same thing. Vega won North American Contenders last fall, dominating Redbirds, and then Northwood were like, yeah, we got our eye on you. You're gonna come over here this semester just in case we run into them at all. And they have, and they have won. So Vega comes onto this team and is not just the main difference maker, but I think performed so well against Redbirds, and Northwood saw it, and they were like, this guy's gonna have a great collegiate career for us.
You love storylines like that too. You love seeing players.
I love
join
little
these
nuggets.
Rosters.
Little nuggets of
You love little
information are
nuggets?
fun, man.
Little nuggets of information. I was saying,
give me a 10
you
piece
love
on Northwood right now.
I was gonna say
you
love seeing these storylines of these players coming in and shining and shedding into new skin, into new beginnings, and you made it a food reference.
Yeah, it's a little nugget of information, dude. It's the little 5-piece special from McDonald's. I got 4 more nuggets for you right now. Ready?
Yeah, hit me with the other 4.
All right, so Vega's team for NA Contenders that he had the great success on, that was Odyssey.
Yeah.
Boat has actually been on Northwood for a couple of seasons and won Season 2 of North American Open Division with Drifters. That's a big throwback for Boat OW. That's actually where he got noticed by big college programs and accepted the offer from Northwood. Cowman, big time tank for Northwood, played on Revival way back in the day to seriously start his Overwatch career in stardom, and he made himself a 2020 Contenders champion alongside Owl player Sam and also Northwood teammate Dynasty. So there you go.
Wow.
That's
Call
the
it
5-piece special.
The Berkeley 5 for 5. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, man. You want some nuggets on Fisher? Because we got a little bit of time here. 0.1 on Circuit starts a little bit slow. But
give me the 5 for 5. Or at
I'm
least
not going to
3
give
of
you
the
the 5 for 5 because now we're crunched on time, but Fisher got bounced out of the Overwatch Collegiate Championship Series, the biggest collegiate Overwatch tournament. They got bounced out in 3 rounds. They only won 1 game in the lower bracket, but they had to play 2 top 3 finishing teams in their first 3 games. So they started off against Redbirds, they lost, then they lost to Maryville in the lower bracket. So if they just have different opponents, man, they had the hardest bracket possible. I think they could finish 4th in that easily, but they got bounced so early.
And especially in their first time competing in it, right? It's going to take a little bit of time to ramp up to that competition. Just like we're ramping up here on Circuit, that is a dual Sigma. We're seeing on either side, Hanzo's on either side, and we're seeing Zenyatta take his place as a king in Overwatch 2.
Vega, man, as you're just talking about Zens, Vega has a volley ready for Forgotten. Cabe, we've seen Cabe dominate all season long on the Hanzo too. Despite nerfs to snipers, you just can't go without him here on Circuit Royale, especially when they're as good as these two.
Yeah, I completely agree. I am a little surprised we're not seeing any Sojourns in the play here. That's going to be Boat taking out Cabe immediately with that headshot. And they're around in this corner. Northwood immediately getting this first touch. And if you're Fisher immediately getting this first touch. And if you're Northwood, this is not the position you want to be in, Berkeley, because you've given up all that you can hold on this high ground around this first point.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think this is the most defendable position here on Circuit Royale, but I think Fisher got there way too quickly. I think that having 5 minutes is going to be more than enough time for them to navigate this treacherous terrain they find themselves in. Neb's able to take down CJ, and trades are still going back and forth. I don't think Avani hangs on here, but I think Fisher are chiseling away nicely at this high ground.
Oh, yeah. They're getting there piece by piece. Maybe they need a little bit. Oh, my God! What? That was the who followed up was funny. That was Forgotten. Trying to get a hook shot, trying to do the Reddit to him, and then finding the other end of an accretion block from Cowman. That was silly.
Oh, I love when Junkrats do this. Just play out the Riptire and let the audio of it terrify the opponent. Fisher College just waiting down below. Obviously, they take that out. They've got supreme aim and snipers, but still just... I love how Haven is just going to be like, I'm going to strike fear into them with nothing but audio for 10 seconds.
Ooh, Forgotten. Going for a head in the back line, looking at Abs. That's going to be a Dragon Strike to pressure out the point. Boat is not letting Cabe breathe, my lord. That's like the 3rd time we've seen Boat take out Cabe and force a 4v5 onto this ramp.
Yeah, Boat, Cabe, both very formidable Hanzo players, but right now, I mean, High Ground is just playing favorites here. Boat's able to just have an awesome angle to take all of these duels, and he can just challenge anyone on Fisher College until he's proven that he can't. And right now, it's just Boat and Haven on the high ground reigning supreme over Fisher College. There's not much story to it. Maybe that's the window that can open for Fisher College to actually take advantage. With the tank down, you can just kind of go right down Broadway at Northwood here. As long as you stay out of those Junkrat nades and a Storm Arrow from Boat, you should be able to just get past this incredibly difficult part of Circuit.
Should and can are 2 very different things. Avani finding the opening for Fisher. CJ clapping back quick though, and that's Haven just peppering out some damage. They certainly need to get around this corner. They don't want to play up on this play up an uphill battle, if you will, any further, and that's going to be a massive gravitic flux coming out and slamming down for Avani.
I love how they were able to take Cowman down too before he actually hit the ground. That would have made CJ's Immortality Field save his life, but instead, Cowman's back to spawn. Avani is at full health with so many resources, and Fisher can just step forward into a Northwood team that strikes fear into everyone at every level, but Fisher playing with the confidence they need, and under 5 meters to go on point 2. They nearly have it, but CJ makes a nice play to take down Abs just shy of the Ant Matrix. And here at Nuke, I think Northwood is just going to shock the world here and come out of spawn, claiming lives left and right and solidifying this defense still.
I agree with you. I want to talk about Boat for a second. And that entire engagement, Boat just waited in the doorway after getting peppered by Avani and just getting shot bit by bit. Just started strafing. said, try to hit me. Try to hit me. Strafed right and left, while all this time, CJ getting shots out and healing Boat. That was a great duo play from both of those players on Northwood, holding the line. And now, that's going to pay off for Northwood as they have 4 ultimates online.
And they're going to be aggressive with him, too. They want Fisher to have the most difficult time getting out of this spawn. They know low ground is where they want to keep them. So, Cowman using the Gravitic Flux right there, I don't hate it one bit. It might seem early, but it keeps Fisher planted in just no man's land. You can't accomplish anything from down there. Cave's able to find 1 kill on the Boat on the way up. That's how their last fight started. And if they can do something great here, they don't have a lot of ultimates to use. They've got Transcendence coming up, trying to get damage through this window. Maybe a Dragon Blade in a moment, but you've got to stay safe for the time being. Here comes the tire from Haven. It's going around the left side flank. It gets gunned down. Cave has an arrow with the tire written all over it, and Fisher continue to step in relentlessly. The Flux almost online for Ravani, and the Dragon Blade nearly there for Forgotten. Will that be enough to just vanquish this Northwood defense? The Flux comes through. Neb's able to find the kill onto Cowman. Transcendence retreats to the backline, trying to keep Northwood alive and sustained. Bowen and Haven claiming lives again. CJ with the win. What is Northwood?
CJ and Vega just popped off, going from backline to full frontline for Northwood, and that switch had Fisher scratching their head. Forgotten, not using the Dragon Blade, realizing that the Transcendence was popped from Vega. There was no point in doing it. CJ popped the window in tow, and they went to town. Notice as well, we're seeing a swap for Haven and Boat now onto the Tracer. Northwood playing out their different options to hold Fisher at this point. That's going to be a massive Dragon Blade coming out. Cowman taking out 2. They're 2.9 meters away from the point, and they certainly want it bad. That's going to be overtime ticking down, and what a hold for Northwood.
Yeah, that was a nice defense there on the second point. I mean, Northwood just coming alive every time. It seemed like they were losing a member early in a fight. It was a fight that Fisher should win, and then just in the spawn choke on second point. Love that accretion. Northwood just claw out 3 times in a row down a man, make insane plays at a high level, and they keep the payload right there. That's nuts.
Yeah, that was nothing short of spectacular. You used a word I liked a lot earlier, Berkeley. You said relentless. And that 100% I think describes the Wolves on this roster. They are hungry, and the pack sticks together tonight. Fisher's going to have a tough time topping that one.
Yeah, and the way CJ is playing too. Northwood were losing DPS early in the fights, but the way CJ's playing, and they've got discords from Vega. If you lose Boat or you lose
DPS.
Haven, yeah, you've got so much damage left on this team, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. They have 4 DPS. Like 2 of those DPS can heal. That's the way I see it. At least this Northwood roster. You said relentless. They are relentless this round, Berkeley. They are not giving up, and that's for anyone watching that may be a lower level player. This is why you don't just give up point at 2.9 meters. You bear down. You get together with the roster, you communicate who needs to touch, who's getting off, and you make amazing plays like that. Hats off to Northwood.
What a nice flick upwards there from Forgotten to put down Boat for the first elimination here of round 2. But yeah, Northwood, this is a championship caliber team. That's why they have multiple championships just this semester. Cave! Wow, from out of town.
Huge.
But Northwood, Fisher, these 2 teams they're both top 5 collegiate teams for sure. But Northwood, they've performed on big stages. This team just has so many ways to hit you. It's their supports doing damage. It's the talent of their DPS. It's Cowman and Seasons on the front line. This team just is complete. I'm struggling right now.
A little bit. I loved Forgotten playing around Cave's Sonic Arrow just a moment ago. We saw Vega charging up, looking for a cheeky shot, and as soon as they peeked, Forgotten took out that head, and that has been what Fisher's done in the past minute since we've started. They have just staggered the healers on the side of Northwood constantly. So Northwood is stuck on the back foot and kind of not wanting to advance because they're cognizant that they only have 2 healers on the docket. Forgotten, taking a shot, backing up, and ultimates are coming online fast, Berkeley.
Oh, Avani goes down. This is Northwood's chance right here. They're able to get one more kill on Decay, but not before losing Boat and Vega. It's a 3 versus 3. The Flux comes through. Cowman wants to keep this fight alive and does. With Neb and Forgotten out of the way, this payload should be able to get to the first objective, but Fisher, I think they lost those 2 initial members early enough where maybe they come in for a contest.
They could, right? They do
could.
have Avani rounding the corner right now. They have Cabe with the Dragon Strike online. If Avani just had a little bit more percent, and if they were able to get this Gravitic Flux, that would be huge. That's great separation tactics on the side of Cabe, really trying to push the roster away from the payload, allowing Avani some space to breathe. There's the Transcendence popping out, the Gravitic Flux to follow, and Transcendence on the other side as well. Both of these teams want this point.
That they do. Chase. Avani almost going down. What a fantastic use of support resources. Are you kidding me? Were you watching his health all the way down to 40, just bouncing around critical, but able to stay alive, and no support ultimates needed, by the way. This Fisher defense, their attack came up short, but their defense is not making the same mistakes Northwood did throughout point 1.
No, not at all. And with 1 minute and 13 seconds left, Northwood has to get things in gear. They're near this first point, but they haven't got it yet. And if Fisher can hold them for just 1 more minute, then that's going to be the round in Fisher's favor.
Haven has a railgun ready and the overclock charged up. Boat has the Dragon Strike ready to go. Might wait for Cowman's Gravitic Flux to combo with that. CJ claims the first life of the fight, dropping Neb and removing the Immortality Field from Abs. Cabe also goes down. Fisher's in some trouble here. Pushing forward is Haven, and it looks like supported well by the Zenyatta, but Vega's Orb not able to keep Haven alive forever, and it's going to be CJ doing the heavy lifting again here. CJ has the window ready. The payload is making its way to the checkpoint. Does Fisher try and go for it here? It's going to have to be Forgotten. He goes for it, dashing in, but it's not going to be enough, Chase.
Oh, and it was so close to being enough, Berkeley. I could feel for Fisher right there. Forgotten almost making it to point. Neb going to back them up. It just wasn't quite there. The Gravitic Flux is online for Cowman. And Cowman trying to continue to push this advantage for Northwood as Fisher is constantly stuck on this back foot now as they just lost a couple of members trying to defend that. Oh, the accretion almost hitting Cowman out of the ultimate. They're going to get a little damage off, keeping Fisher at bay so that Northwood is able to round the corner on this hill.
That's a super aggressive Ant Matrix from CJ, but Cowman just kind of lingering around too long. Avani able to lift him up with the Flux and put him down hard. Fisher now has the high ground. This is exactly where you want to defend if you're playing against Northwood. This is a fortress.
A fortress, yeah. It's impenetrable at this point. They are going to have a tough time getting through. Fisher has 2 online as well. They have the Transcendence, as does Vega. So it's going to be a matter of who needs to force what first going into this next fight. It's going to really dictate the pacing.
That it is. Coming into it, Vega ready with the Transcendence. Forgotten is just eyeing up that Dragon Blade, but for the time being, just hanging back. Goes for the dash, wants to chase down Boat, who's still at large here in the staircase, able to shuriken him back to spawn. And now Fisher, the defense, just staying on this high ground, playing so confidently against a team in Northwood who just gave it to him on King's Row.
Yeah, Fisher had a bit of a tough time getting up this hill on offense, and it's proving the same for Northwood as well on offense. So if Fisher can hold them for as long as Northwood held Fisher in this first round, they're going to be in good shape. They got about a minute left, and while they've struggled a little bit getting through this map, the fight's going to break out, and this could mean a lot for Fisher.
Oh man, the Transcendence is out from Vega. Forgotten has held the blade for this very moment. Going in now, dicing up 2, make it 3 as CJ falls. And here you go, Fisher College, the defense coming alive. And it's on the back of Forgotten.
Yeah, Forgotten's gotta have some ADHD or something. Those were some crazy flicks. Look at this. Going for 1, count them 2, back to payload. There's the 3rd. Where are you at? Behind the billboard. That was an insane play from Forgotten. doing a great job keeping Fisher in tow for this round. 16 seconds left. Northwood needs to make their play. Realizing it now, the Gravitic Flux is going to come online. Dragon Strike following suit. The Immortality Field's coming out from Abs, trying to keep the roster alive. That's going to be Neb following to Boat, though, who's swapped over to this Genji Avani, taking out Haven. There's 1-2 for the Dragon Strike on Boat's end, and Northwood, changing up their roster, is able to take out the Fisher roster. And are they going to make it to this point, Berkeley? Does anyone contest?
I think there's going to be a contest here from Fisher, but it's not going to be Avani, their tank player. That's who they need. It's going to be a squishy target who just has to lightly tap around this point, and Fisher have already lost 2 in spawn. This should wrap up the map here as CJ's window is able to claim some kills up front. Haven now on the Torb, slaps down the turret. That's going to just negate any sort of contest, and Northwood have a 2-1 series lead.
Do you know the meme of Squidward looking out the window at SpongeBob and Patrick playing in the yard?
I do.
That is CJ this entire series with Baptiste. Literally sitting in the window and just waiting, watching them playing outside. And as soon as CJ's seeing any movement, it's on site. Hands are ready. This has been a silly series for the support on the side of Northwood.
Yeah, CJ has just done so much. And I mean, you expect your Baptiste players to do a lot, especially at this rank. You expect them to act like a third damage dealer. But CJ has just gone above and beyond and brought in a clutch factor into that role as well, making plays just with their back up against the wall. And CJ has just come through 3 times on Circuit Royale alone.
Yeah. I mean, and the windows have been insane from CJ. Like I said, the duo play that they made in the first round on defense with Boat, right here. I think it was right here. There's 1, 2, 3. CJ's just been on point for Northwood. And Fisher, if they're going to want to take this series, I think that they have their win condition in sight, albeit easier said than done. They've got to cripple the legs on these supports on Northwood.
Yeah, they've got to find a way, and they haven't actually brought out that composition that worked well for them on Lijiang Tower, the Ramatra, the Cassidy, the Mei. They haven't brought that back. King's Row might have been a good time to do it. Not so much Circuit Royale, but as we head into push, I'm expecting to see that composition come back for Fisher College, because eventually, you've got to realize that trying to match Northwood, it hasn't worked the last 2 maps, but you were very successful when you ran that rush.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they won the point from winning the rush. Maybe they feel like that comp doesn't play to the strengths of the maps that they're currently playing, which in that case, just try it, right? What's the harm in throwing it out there and seeing if it works? And I think they need to identify those composition switches a little bit sooner. It feels a little rushed at the end of these rounds.
Yeah, it does, but at the end of these rounds, I mean, it's always kind of a rush, right? Like, as that time starts to get smaller and smaller, you start to panic, you start to just kind of short circuit and just be like, what do we need right now? So the rush always happens. It's really hard to stay even keeled in overtime scenarios in a championship. Maybe they're struggling with that. But we do know our map for map 4. For push, we're going to be going over to Coliseum. Very linear, not a lot of cover, which means teams do love to run the Ramatra and the Mei. I think it's time that Fisher show us that again.
Yeah, I also think that with how this map starts, we could see some snipers being played. I mean, Hanzo we saw on both ends. We saw Boat tearing it up on Hanzo on the side of Northwood, and we saw Forgotten throwing out some Hanzo on the side of Fisher. So we could certainly see some sniper play with them being nerfed, though I am in full agreement with you, Berkeley. I would certainly like to see that Ramatra Mei that worked so well in the first round for Fisher come out once more.
And I just think the main part of that composition that I want to see is the Cassidy. I think the change to his magnetic grenade is not a nerf. I know it means that you can't just nade and body shot someone and just get the elimination, but that nade has so much more utility now, and you touched on this before we actually started casting. Just the utility increase that Cassidy gets, I think, to a high-level team that can just min-max those actions on that hero. There's no reason he hasn't been played more than one map right now. I think he's the best DPS in the game, bar maybe Mei, but get him back in here. This is a championship, and he rules.
And he rules.
And yeah, did I mention he rules?
Yeah, I want them to play my favorite character, Cassidy.
He's got the boots and the hat.
He does. He also has the Peacekeeper. He also has
He has the time.
The Southern style.
He has the time.
He does have the time. He knows what time it is.
As long as it's a very specific time.
Yes, as long as you ask him once a day, he's got it for you.
Yeah. And after that, don't bother him. His watch is stuck.
Let let him chief on that cigar in peace. You know, he's got his own thing going on.
Well, we're seeing it. We're seeing the Ram. We're seeing the Mayo. We're seeing the Cassidy from Fisher. It all gets back to this. This is what I wanted. Colosseo's underway. Northwood trudges to the point with a Sojourn and a Genji.
Yeah, the Genji is an interesting pick here. I am wondering what they're anticipating to want to play the Genji here. Especially since we were talking about how it's so sniper oriented. Maybe that's what they were thinking. They were thinking that Northwood might throw out snipers. They do have a school known for being more of an FPS institution, so maybe they were like, maybe they're gonna throw out a little bit more of that sniper action, but they're going to see much surprise on their end because they've only got the Cassidy in the back pocket.
Yeah, man, they're getting hurt right now, too. It's taking fantastic support from Abs and Nebs to just keep them alive, but how far can you backpedal? Cowman already has the Annihilation. Avani's at 55%. Just getting tank diffed out here as CJ is able to just enable Cowman to do so much work up front, and Avani just had to keep on backpedaling. You could just see after the first 5 seconds of that fight, things flipped, and Fisher just started playing so uncomfortably. They're still hanging around here, but CJ versus Vega on the Lucio? This is a duel that I gotta favor CJ into this point, but let's see it. Or no, that's Neb out there.
That is Neb, yep. CJ getting the shots off. This is going to be an interesting one, Berkeley, especially considering how close the teams have been back and forth. Some equate push to more of a tug of war, but I think it's a lot more like an arm wrestling contest. You really got to have that endurance and push your lead when you get it, or you're going to be stuck back and forth, back and forth. And as we've said before, time and time again, you want to get this first point lead, but I imagine for the first minute or so, we're going to see quite a bit of back and forth from either side as ultimates come underway for Fisher and Northwood alike.
Yeah, and Colosseo is one of those maps, too, where you just hang out where the bot spawns for the first, 3 fights. It is just the tunnel map for the first 3 minutes of a push game here, especially in high level where teams usually trade back a fight win after dropping the previous one. But here, we're about to finally get out of the tunnel. Forgotten claims 1 life, and that is Boats. Cabe rolls in through the right side, has the Blizzard ready, but Avani popping the Annihilation up front, trying to just make space here for Fisher, and it's going to make just enough for Forgotten to claim that life. That one's Haven sent back to spawn, and Northwood's composition, I'm starting to scratch my head. The Sojourn, the Genji, it's time to make some changes. Haven goes over to the Hanzo. Maybe that's what they need.
I agree. Fisher did get a lot of value off of the kill on Haven as well. Haven was in the middle of a Dragon Blade trying to get value as Avani was popping the Annihilation. They weren't able to do much through that fight, so they tried to dash back through. Unfortunately died almost immediately. That's going to be some window on window action, staring at your neighbor across the street and them staring right back. Haven finding the pick onto Avani. That's going to be Boat taking out both the Immortality Field from Abs and Cabe. There's the value that you were questioning, Berkeley.
That was a nice little kill there from Boat, but is it going to be enough? Fisher is still just at large, hanging around these high grounds. Finally, they get dealt with, and Northwood can march this bot back along its way. But Northwood, they were battered and bruised there. Fisher wins maybe one more fight. They could actually get that advanced spawn checkpoint that is so critical in push maps. Usually, the first team who gets that checkpoint, they win about 80% of the time. So that checkpoint matters a ton.
Yeah, it's a crucial moment in the game to get that checkpoint. Just as it's crucial to keep your tank alive, Cowman falling sub 50 health, nearly falling as Fisher continues their advance. They have the Deadeye online, Forgotten putting the tag out, waiting, biding their time to tell us what time it will be.
Oh, Avani was getting bloodthirsty on the left side there, got a bit too aggressive and left Forgotten hanging. Boat was there to find the kill. Haven also sends a volley of arrows into Avani, and Cave and Fisher College varsity players are dropping like flies here, and the bot keeps on moving in Northwood's direction. Northwood, they've got the Dragon Strike here. They're going to have about 4 ultimates to work with, and probably Cowman's as well. Fisher not playing with much right now, but Northwood can't really make a play quick enough to hinder Fisher's economy.
But I like that Fisher is just taking their time here, grouping up, allowing the bot some breathing room so that they can ensure they're touching on their own terms. Gonna get a little separated, but for good reason. That's gonna be Avani turning into Nemesis form and shattering Boat, leaving them sunken in the river. That's gonna be Cade now finding the other end of an annihilation from Cowman, who does not want to end this push oh so early. That's gonna find the kill onto Abs, and Avani, that's going to be backing up Vega, realizing this is not looking too good. And that's going to be another blood-soaked Lucio for Avani to hang onto the wall. Fisher College regains control of this bot and pushes, as we said, trying to get that oh-so-crucial spawn point. But as you said earlier, Northwood has a couple of ultimates online, and this just feels like a back-and-forth match of just strength. Back and forth, Berkeley.
Yeah, that checkpoint not unlocked for either team. It's just everything is transpiring here in the middle of the map, and it is really hard to just gain any ground on Coliseum after the tunnel, and that's just what we're seeing. Both Blizzards come out. Forgotten's Deadeye is able to gun down Vega, and we'll see what comes of that. Right now, Northwood hanging on with 4 members in this fight. Cowman, though, up in the front line, gets trapped off. No healings for you. Gets taken down by Avani, and I think this actually could be checkpoint unlocked for Fisher, but they've got to play it fast.
They've got to be quick about it. You're not wrong. They got to get back to point. That's going to be Forgotten pushing the bot. They just need to nudge it a little bit to get in here. They've got 4 on their side. They're looking to drop from the top. That's going to be Northwood dropping in, and the fight breaks out.
Oh no, Avani just gets caught unawares. Everyone on Northwood up on that high ground ready to take him down. And they do, just dismantling that Fisher attack. It looked like Fisher was all but just ready to take that first checkpoint. And what I mean is the bot was there, everyone was there, but no one was ready for Northwood to just drop on their heads.
No, I don't think anyone is really ready for that. And when you're dropping from the skies like that, it's hard to anticipate what all is going on. Anyone could be using abilities, and it's kind of all at once, right? So that was a great play from Northwood, regaining bot control. But Fisher clapping back, getting the wall off, and that's going to be a counter wall coming out from Boat, trying to get Cowman out of a sticky situation. Cowman saying, move over, as Avani gonna pop the ultimate as well, sending Northwood back as far as they, sending Northwood back as far as they can. Avani finding 3 with this annihilation. That's gonna be an annihilation in tow from Cowman, but a tad too late.
That was a big mistake there from Cowman. I mean, Avani got all of the dirty work done in this fight, barreling into this just small corridor, and annihilation in that close corridors, it's going to wreak havoc, and it did. Then Cowman popping his. That's your contest ultimate, sir. That's how you hang around on the point for so long. Now you don't have that. Fisher really could get the first checkpoint here, finally. As long as they don't fumble the bag, the Blizzard comes out. That could actually trap Fisher right here. Cave tries to counter Blizzard of his own. He's able to trap 1, but he's already lost 2 teammates. Neb and Avani nowhere to be found in this fight. Forgotten is able to take down Haven, but it's not enough. Too little, too late. Fisher still have the lead, but can they hold it?
And that's Boat on fire again. As you said earlier, Berkeley, I think Northwood kind of adapted to the model that Fisher was putting out. And really, their rosters are pretty much the same, albeit Forgotten on the Cassidy and Haven on the Sojourn. It's really a matter of who can find more value. Both having 2 ultimates, that's actually Northwood having 2 ultimates online, Fisher only having 1. They are kind of all over the place right now looking for some picks. That's Haven with the overclock, fighting, count 1, count them 2, sending Fisher packing, and Northwood oh so closer to the checkpoint, which I believe they're going to capture here.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for Fisher to get back in, but Northwood, that last fight, especially Haven, using that height so well, just getting that off angle onto Fisher. They couldn't avoid the damage. They're not going to be able to contest without Neb here, certainly not. The Deadeye far in the back line, basically Spawn going to find no value, and Haven continues to wreak havoc. Northwood still hasn't gotten the lead here in this fight, but with kill after kill, they're bound to.
I certainly hope so. That's going to be CJ finding 2, Haven on another one. And this is the duo that is slaying it tonight. Both Haven and CJ are just playing so well around each other. Earlier, we saw Haven recognize that the Matrix was coming up. CJ popped it, so they popped the overclock immediately, found a couple of kills, and have pressed the advantage since.
Talking about pressing the advantage, Fisher too slow to the press right there. They can't get to the point in time. And Northwood, man, 3-1, championship point.
Championship point. I got so caught up with the back and forth that was going on in push. I'm not going to lie. I missed the time.
I didn't think the back and forth could ever end, honestly.
Yeah, it honestly, like, we just hit the checkpoint at the very end of the round. Like, that was so much a tunnel action back and forth.
Yeah, that was a weird, condensed game of push, it felt like. Usually that's a game mode that can feel like it just draws on and on and on, but time expired there, and it seemed like that map just flew by. First checkpoint, and it's done. We're going to be headed into Control for Map 5. Northwood are trying to just add another trophy to the case here. Fisher trying to stay alive. Find out what happens when we come back. Welcome back, championship point, and we're headed to Busan for map 5 control. Northwood is up 3-1 over Fisher. Chase, how you feeling about Busan?
I'm feeling loosey, I'm feeling goosey, and I'm feeling ready to go alt charge. This is my favorite map in Overwatch, bar none. So I am ecstatic that we are going here for the next point. And honestly, this is a point to end it on. If Northwood were to end it on any point. Fisher having the chance to clap back though, this is it for them. Back up against the wall, it's now or never.
And they did win our opening map. They won control, so this is the game mode where they can have the confidence knowing that they 2-0'd Northwood before. But one thing that we saw in Lijiang Tower, that brawl comp that worked so well in that 2-0, it just got met on Coliseum. Northwood saw that composition the entire map, and they dealt with it. Yeah,
they've dealt with it pretty reasonably well so far in this series, Berkeley. Fisher came out swinging on that Ramatra comp that we've been talking about, but in that last map, especially in Coliseum push, it was a back and forth with Northwood taking it in the final moments of the map. That was one for the books, and I'm certainly hoping that Busan will be a repeat. As in another one for the books. Not saying I want any team to win in any way, shape, or form, but being an iconic map to play.
Way to cover your bases. I appreciate that.
Gotta make sure I play no favorites here.
Of course. Yeah, but Fisher, going back to that composition, even though Northwood did deal with it, like I said, Fisher had the lead for almost all of Coliseum. And then just the last 2 fights they lost, and that's how Northwood won it. So I wouldn't be shocked if Fisher just go back to that because it's strong for them. They were just 2 fights away from making this one a 2-2 series.
So the real question that I have here is both of these teams are a little trollish. They like to troll a little bit. Do we see Northwood pop out on the first point on this map on an unconventional comp? That is the question.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
what's
what I
unconventional?
Thought. Monkey, Torbjorn, what else would be like unconventional to just throw in there, just to have in there? Just throwing random things at the wall, whatever they individually want to play.
I don't think they're going to mix up like a dive with a Torb or something like that, but I think they might go dive on downtown. I don't know. I think they're trying to win a championship, dude. I think they've had just a golden year of Overwatch, and they just want to put this one to bed. Right now, they're on some funky-looking heroes, dude, but I don't think they stay.
There it is. There it is. We both know that Cendrillon is just going crazy right now, seeing a Roadhog being played. Obviously, rooting for their team being Fisher College, but I know that they love them some Roadhog, and Cowman gonna make out with the Fat Man for first point.
Northwood playing some weird heroes, man. You were right. You were absolutely right. I mean, they've got some DPS that can zip around in the back line, and they've got Cowman to just hold down the fort. Fisher College, though, very traditional looking composition. Forgotten could have some trouble with Boat and Haven on these flankers. We'll see how that story plays out. This game leads off with Cabe putting an arrow right through Vega, getting the first elimination, but Boat, look at that, flanked, closed in on Forgotten, and made this fight a 4 versus 4, but it's Fisher with presence on the point, and how does Northwood hold on to the backside of this with a Roadhog and DPS nowhere to be found? They're all in the back line.
Yeah, especially when you have Haven on the Sombra. They're going to find value if they can get in there, but if they're just having to recall constantly, it's not going to play to their strengths. CJ trying to get a couple of picks here on Ana, but that's going to be Forgotten taking out Cowman immediately. And I see Northwood swapping off of this pretty quick. As soon as Fisher gets a little bit of momentum, Northwood will come to their senses.
Yeah, maybe spend these ultimates one time initially, but Haven already off the Sombra, over to the Symmetra. Another strange pick for this map. If you get the point, it's strong, but if you're struggling to do so, it could just be tossing this one away, as Sim's going to have a lot of trouble closing in onto Cape. And same thing with Forgotten. Forgotten's just going to blink around you on Symmetra the entire time. So I'm not sure if I am any more in love with this Northwood comp as I was with their first one. I think Avani on the Sigma is still going to give them the most troubles. He won that last fight just by putting a shield in front of CJ, being like, you can't play the game and heal your team anymore. I've decided it.
Yep, and that's a really good point. I mean, Sigma does play well against an Ana, and CJ not really finding much of a foot so far in this game. Fisher already up 50% and not even sweating. Like you said, look, they've got 5 ultimates online, Berkeley. They are completely vibing. We're seeing a couple of changes on the side of Northwood. Like you said, Haven gonna make a swap now on to the Genji. That's Cowman gonna pop the whole hog, and holy cow, it's gonna take out the immortality field, being a little annoying for the side of Fisher, but really just a thorn in the side so far.
Yeah, thorn in the side indeed. That's pretty much what Boat has been doing for the last 2 minutes. Big hook from way down range. That's going to get the kill on the Cape. Cowman still just flirting with the corner of this objective, making sure that it stays contested, but Northwood haven't been able to get a cap yet. Seems like now they finally will, but they're going to have to full hold this. If Fisher wins a fight, they're likely going to take round 1.
Yeah, this was a beautiful pull. And then follow-up, heal, and 1v1's the Sigma. That was a good play from Cowman. Gonna put it on the board 10%, but Fisher just has to put one more in their corner to secure Sanctuary. They have 91%, and with the roster we're seeing from Northwood, even if Boat and Haven are up, that's going to be tough for them to get back to point. CJ also almost having their ultimate online, which will spice things up for this round.
Yeah, we'll see who the Nano Boost goes on to. I'm thinking it's going to be tailor-made for a Nano Blade, but we'll just have to see. Fisher College, they don't have a Transcendence that close, so if Haven pops the Blade in time, they could catch Neb off guard. Even though Neb's able to find that kill onto Boat, it could prove crucial, but if Haven gets this Blade quick, he can turn this right around with that Nano Blade.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Kitsune Rush come out from Vega, and there's the Blade being popped as well. Haven in the backline. The Dragon is unleashed and going to fall immediately to Avani. Neb, though, popping the Transcendence a little precariously, understanding that the Blade was popped, trying to pop that in retaliation, but Avani had it.
Man, look at the pressure that Abs was under. Dodging that hook from Cowman 2, dueling Boat on the outskirts of the point, looking up in just the exact right moment and making the right move to avoid the hook. That was stellar backline play from Abs to stay alive. And Fisher College, they 2-0'd control to start this series, and they take round 1 here.
Yeah, Cowman making the switch to Doomfist at the end of that round, but it's not going to be enough. They played around a little bit that round. I anticipated it. I knew it was going to happen, knowing both of these rosters. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I think Fisher would have done the same had they been in the same position.
Yeah, they probably would have. Neb might have played Lifeweaver. I think that would have been the only change.
Maybe that's a good point. I don't know. We could have seen some saucy stuff from Avani and Forgotten. Who's really to tell? But going into this next round, we can certainly see that both of these teams are bringing their A game. We're gonna see Cowman back on the Ramatra, CJ going back to the tried and true, the Baptiste that's been working all series, and now that's Haven sitting on the Bastion. Something that should make Fisher quake if they remember King's Row.
Yeah, Northwood, they had their fun on round 1, and they're getting serious here. Haven on the Bastion is going to make a statement in this first fight. Fisher wasn't ready for it. Just look at those HP bars. Everyone's so low, but Cabe on the Torb of all heroes, able to put a couple rivets through Boat, and that's actually going to do a number. Fisher able to step forward in the time being, but a turret form from Haven keeps them at bay. Forgotten on Ash comes alive for a double kill, and now Fisher can step up to the horseshoe high ground around the point and hopefully take it, but Cowman standing strong only for so long.
Yeah, Caster's curse, right? As soon as you say Cowman standing strong, Cowman getting decimated, it'd be like that. But that's going to be Fisher taking point away from Northwood. Northwood only capping for about 10 seconds. They did get the sneaky start on them, but Fisher just taking every shot. I think Cabe heard me at the beginning of that last round when I was throwing some shade at Torb and said, you know, let's try it out. Let's prove them wrong. You know, that they love to do that to old Nuke.
Oh, this guy wants to see Torb. He must. I love this play. Look at that amp window. Just way in the back line, enabling Neb to just lace those orbs right into the chokehold, and that kept Northwood at bay for about 15 seconds, and Fisher is still coming away with the kills despite the window being gone and the window being up for CJ. It doesn't matter. Neb is everywhere on this point.
Wow.
From the high ground, dropping down low, going for those little mid flanks and finding a ton of value.
Yeah, and now that's going to be a huge stagger as they're looking to take out Cowman, who's retreating. Avani going to find the final picks, and that's Vega in a pretty comparable position. Ab's going to take out Vega and send all of Northwood packing. Fisher College coming out on top so far for Busan. Northwood maybe playing a little too soft here and understanding that they are now caught within the clinches of Fisher.
Yeah, and some teams also just are not control teams. And I was looking at Northwood's
True.
bracket, both in Nationals and in the divisional run, and they were losing control maps. I think they lost 3 throughout both playoffs. So Northwood, clearly, that's a weakness on their team. And Fisher, they're not going to miss the opportunity to exploit. I mean, control is must win for them in this series, not just because it's match point, but just in general. If Northwood's going to be weak and be the team that they are, you've got to win the control maps and give yourself the best chance.
That was silly in so many ways. Cowman immediately pulling Neb down. CJ getting the sleep dart on Avani, who was ulting their backline. That was nothing short of cheeky. Shout out to production for showing us both of those tremendous plays.
Northwood
gonna be
get the
Northwood.
point. Man, Avani's was hanging around there. I wonder if that double kill is going to be enough for them to make a play. Cabe closes in. Haven's gone. Abs is able to deal with Cowman. That's going to be the flip. That should be the round. Northwood. I mean, what happened?
I mean, they played around too hard round 1. Maybe, to your point, Berkeley, maybe they knew that control wasn't as much of their strong suit. They felt comfortable being up 4-1 in the series, and they said, we're just going to have fun on control. We're going to play some unconventional stuff, or some maybe just stuff not necessarily unconventional, but things that they like to play. We're going to play that, and then we're going to go into the next round strong. But certainly not to the denotion of Fisher or whatever. That was a great play from Fisher all around. They really came together on that control and played as a unit.
Yeah, it was good team play all around from Fisher. I'm hoping that they can continue as we go into Escort for our next map. But we haven't seen them find a lot of success on anything but control. I mean, on Circuit Royale, they did not finish the map. On King's Row, they did not finish the map. I don't think on any of the maps we've played, they've actually gotten 2 points even. So the Fisher attack on Escort, that's going to be the difference maker in this very next map coming up.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be huge. This is it. I mean, if... Let's put it this way. Momentum is huge in Overwatch, right, Berkeley? Like, momentum means a lot to both of these teams. It's 11:30 EST, and I know Fisher are on the East Coast. It is getting late, right? So if they're able to win this next map, I'm going to call it, I think they win the series. But if Northwood holds them here, that's their run. So this next map is going to be crucial for their victory.
Well, I agree with all of your end points. 11:30 at night in the summer. These guys are playing this game before they have lunch, Chase. These guys are waking up. These guys are waking up at 4 p.m. They're staying up until 4 in the morning. Let's be honest. Let's be honest with what's happening here.
Maybe.
This is an Overwatch championship. This is not the Super Bowl. There are no strict bedtimes here.
Now, that is certainly true. That is certainly true. But you also have to think of it in the stance of how long their brains have been in it, right? They woke up today. They had to have a full day throughout the day. They probably got some practice in before they started playing the series. And at this point, we're getting into the later half of this best of 7. So certainly I think that there is some truth to that, but there's also truth in what you're saying, right? It is summertime. They are college students, so
I was a gamer. I went to college. When summer came around, I was irresponsible with my sleep schedule. I would imagine all of them are doing the same thing. We do know our map. We're going to Dorado for Escort. I love this map. You just said Busan's probably your favorite map. I think Dorado might be my very most favorite map. It used to be Kings Row for the longest time, but I think ever since Overwatch 2 came out, Dorado is just so fun. Just traversing the high grounds on DPS, not always having to worry about 2 tanks that can jump up and deal with you on high ground. It just forces so many decisions from a tank's perspective, and I think it just enables DPS so much more than it did back in the Overwatch 1 iteration, 6 versus 6 on this map.
And it's at night.
That's true. Big buff, degen hours.
Huge buff. Huge buff. Huge buff. I certainly agree with you, Berkeley. I think Dorado is a beautiful map. It's got a lot of color. It's a very vibrant atmosphere. And when I'm playing maps, honestly, that's like one of the things I look for. It's honestly one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of Kings Row. I like the map in terms of structure, but it seems a bit bland at times. Dorado really brings out some of the cool features that you'd see in that area. So I think there's certainly a huge truth to what you're saying, and definitely a map to be chosen for finals.
Now, do you think we see mobile tanks here, or do you think we see more brawl tanks? Because we know what Fisher has won on. They've won on Sigma, they've won on Ramatra. Did Northwood just pick that so those tanks are weaker in the matchup?
I don't know. I think we see Northwood play this Doomfist composition that we saw them play at the beginning phases of Control. I think that plays well to this map, but that's a good point. I think based on what the other team picks and who gets the leg up, we'll see a lot of adaptive changes on both sides, and hopefully maybe whole composition switches depending. And actually I was wrong. Avani is going to be out, or sorry, Cowman is going to be out on the Diva, something we've not seen Cowman on so far this series.
Yeah, one of the few maps where she can actually find a lot of success. They're still in the locker room, so maybe this gets changed up. But I know Cowman can definitely hang on Diva. That's what a lot of teams were playing on the last patch to kind of counter some of the nonsense from Winston and or Junker Queen. So a lot of high-ranked players have been getting the mileage on Diva in the last 2 months. I'd still be a little bit shocked to see him run it for the entire duration of Dorado, but I like the look. Add some mobility, kind of like a heat-seeking missile. If anything's low, Cowman can just pounce.
Yeah, Diva can be really annoying on offense for this first point, right? Pushing people off the high ground, making them turn around, not focusing on the payload, eating up all that they're throwing at the payload in this small little space. I think it's a good look, definitely. But this is also coming from a Diva stand, so take that as you will. Okay, back on the Torbjorn again this round, Berkeley. That is an interesting switch. You think they're going to try to pirate ship this payload?
It'd be pretty tough to do on defense. Maybe it's just there for the flankers, but I don't think Boat's going to get all that aggressive and have to worry about a turret being dangerous. Boat right now is in the backline, poking and prodding, trying to just get this backline to be brought down a peg. But for right now, Boat's just a nuisance, trying to play it safe.
Yeah, as they probably should. Playing in the side room, there's a health pack at their disposal, just being safe, as you said. Cowman pumping out the damage on Avani, trying to get into the side room where we just saw Boat coming to their defense. It's going to be a bit of damage popped onto Cabe. Haven falling extremely low as well, and that's going to be the Immortality Field. As soon as the Immortality Field goes down, they find the other side of a Biotic Grenade from CJ and a Nano Boost. What a play for Northwood.
Yeah, what a play from CJ. That was all the work of the Ana for the Timberwolves. Beautiful nade, just threading the needle between that wall on the right and the objective. It enabled Cowman too. Cowman got the nano and could just dive right on those targets. Like we said, Cowman is a heat-seeking missile. If anything is crit like that, Cowman's getting after it every single time.
Literally, as soon as that Immortality Field dropped, the moment it did, that nade found its mark. That was a huge play from CJ. Recognizing and knowing it as well as they're going to put it in chat. That's a self-destruct going over the top. Calman not finding anyone, but creating a lot of space for Northwood. Fisher making some swaps of their own here, Berkeley. They got Avani now on the Junker Queen. They're looking to get in there and get dirty, and hopefully this roster is able to do it. I'm not sure if Cabe is providing the value that they want here, but maybe it is providing it with keeping Boat at bay.
Yeah, Boat hasn't been able to get working right now, but in his place, Cowman is just kind of doing everything that a Tracer would need to, closing in on targets that are low and finding those kills. Northwood's going to come up empty here in this fight, but I don't think they need to change anything on this comp. I think it's Fisher who are struggling to find out what could work and what could keep them safe. Plays like that from Neb don't hurt.
Yeah, Neb is being an absolute menace on this Zenyatta, and matching the energy that we've seen from Vega all night. I mean, Neb just doing a fantastic job. That Transcendence is online, keeping it in the back pocket until it's absolutely necessary, and that's going to be Cabe. Now with their ultimate online, they could spread some damage around this payload.
And here comes the Molten Core. I like it. Cabe just kind of zoning everyone into that little courtyard where that Mega Health Pack room is, but it doesn't look like Fisher College were able to find many more kills. Forgotten is able to close in on Haven in the backline. Boat gets taken down by the throwing knife from Avani. And right now, it just seems like Fisher is staying strong. They've got a very strange comp with the Torb and the Junker Queen, but with the Overload, with the Commanding Shout, with Abs having that AoE heal, this Fisher College comp, they're very sneakily sustainable.
Yeah, when they're together. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bloodshed on the payload right now, and that's Northwood taking out Fisher on the payload and continuing their push. I think they got a bit too split there, Berkeley. Avani went to go challenge the healers in the back room, weren't able to find much value, that is. I'm actually getting this in right now as well. It is 4 a.m. for Abs.
Okay, well, there's no need to play from that time zone, but props to you. Cowman eats the pulse bomb there. Forgotten trying to make a big play at the buzzer, but comes up shy of it, and the second point is taken by Northwood.
That is insane. Almost as insane as it is for it to be 4 a.m. and you playing Overwatch. Hey, like you said, it can be full degen hours and no one would bat an eye because it is summer for most of these players, or for all of these players. And for most of them, they don't have very many things going on, right? They have this. This is what they've prepped for. So as much time as it will take, Forgotten making the swap back to Cassidy and Avani going on the Zarya. Do you think that makes a difference here, Berkeley?
I think it's certainly a beautiful answer to the diva composition that Northwood is running. I think it's got all the pieces to outplay that Northwood comp, but Fisher still has to execute. Cassidy's still a hero where you've got to hit skill shots, you've got to come up clutch. That nade isn't going to pull you through every single fight. Here we've got a copy coming through. Haven now acting as a budget Zarya, moving forward straight into the beam from Avani, but trying to hold ground and charge up that grab, but it looks like Haven's not going to get it. This copy is going to come up empty. Buys a little bit of space, but nothing big. Grab does come through late. It actually is able to lock up Abs, and Abs gets taken down because of it. Cowman steamrolling even further into the front line, is able to just missile through Forgotten, and Neb is diced away as well. Northwood had to backpedal a little bit, but they're able to pounce forward strong.
Yeah, they had to keep CJ alive. They used all resources to make that happen. That's a self-destruct on point, trying to keep everyone off. Forgotten trying to thread the needle in the final moments, but that's going to be Northwood taking it with 2 minutes on the docket. And oh my lord, Berkeley, we saw so many swaps through the second half of that round. I think we've nearly seen almost every hero in terms of DPS being played.
Yeah, we went through the roster right there, but Northwood, they didn't have to make a ton of changes. Cowman was able to stay on the Diva the entire time, and Boat on the Tracer. That's two things that I love, that Northwood had an identity for Dorado, and it worked for every single point. And Dorado is a map where from point 1 to 3, it changes a ton.
It does. It really does. I mean, point 1, you have to be super mobile. Even going into point 2, there's a lot of high ground to be had. But as you go into point 3, you can sort of get a little more creative with what you want to play in your composition. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one.
I just think it's amazing that they were able to pull off that comp for the entire time and end up with a pretty good time bank. And Fisher, With that Zarya comp, it looked like a great answer, but I think Haven having the copy and being able to just go right on to the Zarya, that made a huge difference. That made it so Avani couldn't focus down Cowman's mech, instead had to focus a Zarya in his face, and Haven got off that duplicate grav, and that was huge. I think if that doesn't happen, Northwood's comp probably gets answered that fight, but Fisher, unfortunately, they couldn't get it done in time.
Yeah, lockdown abs, and when you're down a main healer going into that final fight, it's tough. You just do not have the resources or sustain to be able to pull it off. That's what we saw. Forgotten trying to get a cheeky Reddit kill as we start the round, but not finding anything. And Avani gonna take a note out of Cowman's book. Saw how well the Zarya, or I say Zarya, how well the D.Va worked in this first round. That Matrix can just eat so much damage, and I think that is going to push Fisher around this corner. They're going to need to find a kill, obviously, and that's Avani on Vega. Fisher have their green light.
And Avani, too, just reads that Vega was low, closed in. It's just the heat-seeking missile factor of D.Va. If anything gets knocked below half HP, well, CJ can't heal through the Matrix, and D.Va's homing missiles, they can still shoot while Matrix is up. So kills are very easy to find when playing up against an Ana comp, because you can just make it so Ana can't heal anything, and you can still deal damage. Seems like a pretty good trade.
I would certainly agree, and I think Avani would agree as well. Avani just tore through the Northwood front line straight into the back line, finding 3 kills in that fight. And that is Northwood, or sorry, that's Abs being a little sad in chat about getting picked. I'm sure CJ will have something to say about that as well.
Well, say something about this. The Fisher College squad putting up 5 minutes after point 1, matching the D.Va.
That's insane. That's actually crazy. This was... Okay, that was a beautiful play for sure. But, I mean, Avani has been popping off on this D.Va. Looked at Cowman and said, you want to run D.Va? We'll run D.Va. Let's do it.
Gorgeous replays provided to you by Carol Shaw and Hippie on production. Those guys have been killing it. Sorry, that guy and that girl. Carol, awesome observer. She's been with us now for 4 seasons, and Hippie is just a god amongst men when it comes to pushing buttons.
Facts. Absolute facts.
Oh, no.
Just like the self-destruct is going to find no one.
Forgotten got caught on that little hedge right there. I thought he was a goner.
Yeah, so did I. I was sitting here sweating a little bit for Forgotten, but they made it out just fine. That's a hack coming out on Avani. Gonna just turn around, wave, not really caring much. And Avani really bringing it to this Northwood roster, riding this D.Va as far as they can. That's a 5-man biotic grenade, though, from CJ before they fall. Forgotten finding another head, hunting like crazy for them. That's Northwood constantly finding themselves on the back foot for defense on this map, and I don't know if they found their answer quite yet.
Oh, Haven gives Forgotten a wake-up call. The backline has been dealt with. There's no longer a sniper in the crow's nest. This is a great contest here from Northwood with 3.5 minutes to go. They come out with a thunderous roar, and Haven still in the backline, tearing it up, is able to gun down Abs as well. Northwood's not out of it yet, though. They've got to find more. Cave is still at large here on the Tracer. We know what he's capable of. Avani peels back, and that's going to be the signal to retreat.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't really talked about it, but we're seeing now Cowman on that wrecking ball. There's the tink, 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 tink from Haven. Like you said, giving the wake-up call, your alarm is going off. But yeah, now seeing Cowman on this wrecking ball, that's an interesting choice, and honestly, I think a good counter to the D.Va counter that Northwood has not found an answer to quite yet.
Ooh, Forgotten goes down. That's gonna be big here. Tough to deal any precision damage without your Cassidy to roam the high grounds. Northwood is actually set up exactly where they want to be. As far as second point is concerned, if you're controlling both high grounds around it, it's so impossible as the attackers to work your way into this point. You've pretty much got to get it. If you're able to move this payload through that tunnel, you've got to keep that steam rolling, because this is where you can run into a big speed bump.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if they're able to just continually lock this down on the high ground. Having boat up there is going to be huge, but we're hearing now mines are getting dropped on the field. They're going to be a huge stick onto CJ, who seemingly cannot catch a break on the back end of Dorado, finding the other end of death constantly. That's 1.6 meters left. That's Haven gonna pop an EMP in front of the point, and Northwood holding the defense down. Avani gonna get a quick kill, but that's gonna be Cowman rolling back into the fight, and with 1.76 meters left, Northwood holds.
Yeah, this is exact flashbacks of Circuit Royale, where we just saw Northwood defending that second point with just meters to go, but they just kept on coming up clutch time after time. Now Northwood is just 90 seconds away from being national champions for the NECC.
And I certainly agree with, needing... You're absolutely right, but I certainly agree with, needing to regroup here. But I think they're a little bit too spread apart. As I say that, that's going to be a huge self-destruct, going to take out all of the shield that poor Vega had to pump out. But for good reason, that would have completely decimated them. And with 90% up, they are going to need the rally for this final fight.
Yeah, if this one's long, it's definitely going to be the last one. Abs has the nano for Fisher. Neb's coming online with that Ant Matrix, but that's going to do it for Ultimates on the side of Fisher College. Northwood, they've got the rally to keep everyone sustained. Right now, we've got a retreat from Boat, but not able to get out of dodge in time. Fisher has a 5 versus 4 opportunity here. They've got to make it count. Now it's a 4 versus 3 as Cowman goes down. That's a big stagger potential taken out of it, but Haven, CJ, they're finding kills. Forgotten able to find one, but gets sat down, and it's the damage from the support slot again. CJ comes alive. A championship play, and now just 15 seconds away from being crowned kings of the NECC.
Holy cats, CJ. Taking out multiple on the high ground, sneaking behind as the Ana with 4 seconds left. Someone from Fisher has got to touch. That's going to be Abs trying to make it happen. The overtime will tick, but with the mines in play, that's going to be Forgotten jumping in. Neb, unfortunately, teleporting in at the last second, and they won't be able to make it. Northwood will take it in a 4-1 fashion.
Congratulations, Northwood. A golden spring ends with another gold. Chase, I'm going to waste absolutely no time. My player of the game was CJ.
Oh, I completely and wholeheartedly agree with you, Berkeley. I think players on both sides shined in various rounds throughout the set, but one constant was just how oppressive CJ was throughout every round of this set.
Yeah, he was just that dude for them, time and time again, and just doing something you never expect your support player to do that well, and that is damage. He was coming up with triple kills nearly every single map, and on escort maps in particular, he just had the clutch factor. On Circuit Royale, and there on Dorado, he was the difference that got Northwood the wins.
And we're going to see some highlights from the series on the various maps that we played throughout. And like I said, a great showing from both teams. It's so narrow for Fisher to make it. The underdogs kind of coming into this set, and I certainly thought they had it on Dorado. They came out so strong in that first round, but unfortunately, the hold will go through, and Northwood will remain supreme on top. But I completely agree with you, CJ. Whether it be on the Baptiste, whether it be on the Ana, CJ was a constant throughout this entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Fisher as well. This blade from Forgotten may be the coolest play that we got to see. I mean, who doesn't love a nice 4K Dragon Blade? But yeah, I could talk about CJ's performance all day long, but the rest of Northwood, they did the job, and they did it well. Vega came in to support, made a difference in the backline, really stabilizing things, made it so CJ could fire more shots at the enemy instead of having to heal his allies, and then the damage dealers, Boat and Haven. Haven playing Bastion, turning King's Row on its head, and then barreling through the rest of that map. Boat consistent on Cassidy, on Hanzo, on Tracer, and then Cowman up front. No matter the tank, he could hold it down.
Oh yeah, and Cowman was making a bunch of weird swaps, as was Avani, and I think that was the head-to-head that was really... I guess, prominent in this series was Avani and Cowman going back and forth no matter what they were playing, whether it was the double Ramatra or like we saw at the end, the Diva with then the Wrecking Ball counter to the Diva. That was such an interesting sort of dynamic back and forth. The double Sigma, it was great head to head, and obviously they got to have the supports and DPS behind them to be able to do what they do so effectively. So really shout out to both teams. I think this was an amazing set to be played. Certainly a finals for the books.
Yeah, and on a fresh patch too, that just shook up the game a lot. It was nice to see these two teams come in with not a ton of experience on the new patch too, so the playing field was pretty darn even. It's not like these two teams were grinding the same meta for 2 months and one was just way better at it. This was just such an even game for a finals, and that's really what you wanted to see. Northwood take it in 4-2 fashion. Chase, as always, it's been a pleasure casting NECC alongside you all year.
Likewise, as always. What is it now? 4, 8, too many seasons. We have been doing this for a many a moon. But we're going to cut to a short break, and we will be right back with a post-game interview. No interview. Never mind. We're going to cut to a short break.
Maybe a long break. Maybe a break for the summer, break. Chase.
Maybe,
I think that's what it's going to be here.
Maybe
the teams have gone to bed. They've proven me wrong. They're all very tired. Who knows?
You see, that's where I was maybe a little out of the loop. Maybe a little wrong. I thought we were doing an interview, but we're not. So I think that checks watch, checks notes, checks wall. I think that's it.
That's Overwatch for the spring. We'll see you in the fall. Thanks to our production, Hippie and Carol. Chase, Alt Charge, we're out.